All right. Hey, folks, so we are going to continue working on the Bastion campaign document for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition 2024. Give me a second here. I'm going to check my signal and make sure we're coming through to see if all is well. Mic check, mic check. Holy Hannah. Yeah, that's coming through. Holy Hannah. Yeah, loud and clear. Let me drop that down here so that sound gets out of the way. There we go. And I'm going to do some quick social posting here. If you're already familiar with the channel and you know the score, then be welcome to skip ahead like a minute. But if you're new to the channel, or if you're trapped here in space-time with me here and now, I will tell you, hey, my name is Theurgy. I create role-playing games. I illustrate them and I publish them online, and I've been creating content for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, publishing it on the DMsGuild here since like 2017, 2018, something like that. I think 2018 is the official date. I think I had that wrong. But I've been out for a while. I've been a DM since 1987. I've been a freelance illustrator since 1999. And so I grew up in the BECME first edition days. That's how I cut my teeth on role-playing games. So I've always had this real sense of including Dominion or like Bastion gameplay as a theme, a central theme and reason for adventuring in a D&D campaign world. And I've been running basically under that operation for the past 30 some odd years. So when Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition 2024 published the Bastion rules, I was excited to be able to dive into and play around with those mechanics. So just to wrap up the bookkeeping here for the morning, if you're on the X Twitter platform, you can catch me at Phil Kearney. This is where I post a lot of the illustrations that we're working on, works in progress, coupons, articles, first looks, invitations, blah. Check it out if you're interested. Here on YouTube, like, subscribe, hit the bell icon for notifications of when we are live in the future. Here is a playlist. All of this. Here's a bunch of books that I've already published. They all have free previews. You can read the books at no cost. If you decide they add value, consider purchasing to help support the effort. Here's the playtest document that we're using. It's here in Google Docs. For you, it's look, don't touch, read only. But this is the exact same document that we have been editing for the past the full 10 episodes. The full live stream playlist is linked here, including the initial design mechanics for the army system, the guilds and armies, as well as the command of guilds and kingdoms. Squads and Armies, Guilds and Kingdoms. Those are the two books. Those books is what created the Eberron, the Spelljammer supplement that I created. We created a mass combat system and a settlement guild system for 5e. And then Spelljammer hit, so we took the mass combat system and converted it into Spelljammer. And then the Bastion system hit, so now we're taking all the guild and kingdom stuff that we've been developing and translating it into the Bastion system. So, hey, what's up? Smash that subscribe button. Yeah, me. There you go, man. Thanks for the shouts. So yeah, when we last dived into this, let's see, we were looking at I've spent 10 episodes basically, and many episodes earlier than actually building this book, talking about my just absolute love for the Bastion system. Not necessarily the mechanics that Wizards introduced for 24, but the idea of characters having property, having ownership and responsibility for that property and the people that make that location work, whether it's a business, a settlement, a pirate ship, or just like a trade organization. Your characters have leadership over these NPCs, and using the resources of what we're calling a Bastion 5e, use the resources of your Bastion to be able to affect the game world. And then the gist of the idea of the campaign is that the players control the Bastion and are making decisions as the owners of that Bastion, as it were a business or a government or something. They want to make the decisions to help advance their cause. And then as you run into complications attempting to achieve the goals of your Bastion, from there, if you run into a complication, you can then activate your characters to use that as a plot hook for a new adventure. And if you organize it episodically, like each week is a Bastion turn, each turn can generate complications. You choose a complication and you resolve that as an adventure. And if you want to resolve multiple complications as different adventures, they're all kind of happening in that same week of time. So you would theoretically have multiple parties of characters, either controlled by the same players or multiple players in a West March style. But once all the complications are resolved inside that week, all of the Bastion activity then resolves with the complications cleared, and it rolls a new week, which then you issue the next set of orders to your Bastion, which could then generate additional complications. But the idea is that you either, when you issue an order, you can only issue so many orders to your Bastion depending on what rank it is, and when you issue those orders, you either succeed at a D20 test or you fail. If you succeed the D20 test, everything happens as you intend, and the Bastion completes that order within its time frame, a week, a season, a year, whatever. And so whichever tasks succeed just continue to advance down the timeline. Whichever tasks fail the D20 test, that triggers an opportunity for you to use that as a plot hook for an adventure. Or you can just not have your characters take it and just relegate it to your Bastion, which then becomes basically a secondary D20 test that the Bastion tries to resolve in a new way. So, have a great... Oh, right on. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. So when we're talking about the complications, there's 7 types of orders that you can issue to your Bastion, and we're considering those to be proficiencies that a Bastion can gain. If you don't have proficiency in a particular order, then you would roll a D20 plus the rank of your Bastion from rank 1 to 5. So a D20 plus 1 up to a D20 plus 5 over time. If you are proficient in one of these orders, whenever you issue, like say the research order, and your Bastion is proficient with it, you can then add a proficiency die, or what we're calling a Bastion die, to that die roll. And you have resources that you can invest. So like if you're a 3rd rank Bastion, you have at least 9 resources, which is like a mana pool. So, and you can have up to 4 orders that you can issue at a time. So you could, and each die, it costs 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 5 points, 1 point, 2 point, 3.5 points. And you can spend as many points on a die as the rank of your Bastion. So if you have a 3rd rank Bastion, you can spend up to 3 mana or 3 resources to add a D8 to the D20 plus 3 that you'll be rolling in an effort to hit the DC that you need to succeed the task. And tasks are broken down into DCs generally of 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5 ranks of difficulty in tasks, 5 to, from 10 to 30. A 3rd rank guild that's performing a difficulty 20 task would roll a D20 plus 3 plus the D8. And if you roll 20 or better, you succeed that task. You execute that order without complications, and it completes within its time frame. If you miss that 20, then again, that becomes an opportunity for the characters to activate to then go on an adventure to make that resolve, or you could spend additional resources to double down on that task to get another roll and then take the better roll, like to basically give yourself a re-roll, both the D20 and the proficiency die that you use. Roll it again, and if the result is better, then great, and you can keep spending resources that way until you run out of resources. And so a D8 is 3 points, and at 3rd rank, you're going to have basically 3 to 5 D8s that you can roll anytime that you're performing tasks, because divided by 3. Once you get to 16 points, you become 4th rank, and you can upgrade to 4 points for a D10 instead. But if you have 12 points, that means you can perform 4 orders, and each one of those orders can roll a D8 on top of it. Or you can order initially just order 2 orders and see if they connect. Because when you issue an order at the beginning of the turn, you're going to roll the dice to see if that task is going to succeed or not. So whenever you issue an order, you can roll the check to see if it's going to pass or not. And if it passes, great. I don't have to worry about that. I have 3 orders left, and I still have 9 points. So I'm going to issue another order, and I'm going to roll with that. And if that one fails, I can then decide to make that my player's plot hook for the next adventure, or I still have 2 orders open and 6 points available that I could double or even triple down on that second order to try to just push it through with just dumping more resources into it to get rerolls. And at some point, it's just costs too much. It's like, and like, so if you can't get your Bastion to succeed, if your characters don't want to pursue it, then it just doesn't resolve and it remains a complication until you resolve it, or you decide to let it go and then you reclaim your resources, declare that task as failed, and then try something else. So, or you could just start over again the next week. But if the task fails, it's basically you wasted those resources that turn, and then at the end of the Bastion turn, all of your resource points, assuming that all of your tasks, all of your orders have been completed, whenever an order completes, it gets refunded back into your mana pool, and then the Bastion turn being each week, when you get your points back at the end of the week, whatever tasks are open, now you can issue a bunch of new orders. That's how it goes. So when you issue an order, if you fail the die roll, you can create complications. So the way that we're organizing this currently, and this is what we did yesterday, and we're continuing on here now, get past the facilities, get past the orders, and get down into scroll down in the document to the end. This should be past settlements is Bastion events. Here we go. Bastion events and complications. There we go. So we'll have Bastion events, which is like once a week, you just roll a Bastion event, and it'll either be a positive or a negative thing that happens. Resolve accordingly as you choose. You'll do that. You'll make your Bastion event before you roll any of the orders that you want to actually issue. And then once you start issuing your orders, then we start looking at complications. So let's drop down here into complications. Bold and big. Let's scroll up here to events. Bold. What's going on? Bold. My fingers have not been doing so good on just blind typing lately. I'm wondering if I'm losing feeling in my fingers or if just the keyboard is worn down, because it's becoming more difficult for me just to be able to navigate by touch on my keyboard. I'm a little concerned about that. So we'll skip past Bastion events because that's both good news and bad news. So when we have a complication, like if you're attempting a crafting check and you have a complication, you roll on a d6, and the complication that you have, the way that we're currently organizing it is by order. So there's 7 orders in total. There's crafting, empowering, harvesting, maintaining, recruiting, research, and trade. So if I attempt a crafting test and I fail the crafting test, the complication that I create is not crafting. It cannot be resolved with more crafting. It either has to be resolved with a different order or as an adventure for the characters to go on. So the idea here is when we craft and we fail the die roll, we roll a d6. So like let's say, like the example we used yesterday. Let's use the example. We're trying to make full plate armor. And we have to full plate armor. It's like 750 gold, so that places it in the rare scale of quality, which means normal armor smiths would be able to make full plate armor effectively like in a season. So it'll take them a number of weeks, like 10 weeks to build that, which is actually fairly realistic if you, according to old medieval documents. So the default die roll on that would be a DC 20, taking a season to build. If your characters get involved, you could speed it up to a week. It's possible to move that fast with it. We have different facilities that you can gain as perks in here that allow you to speed up creating different types of magic items. My screen just blipped out on me. That was me. So let's say we fail the die. We're trying to craft armor. We fail the die roll. So we fail the die roll, and come back here. My mouse is going crazy. Let's roll a d6 to see what the complication is related to. So I rolled a 1. So when we attempt to craft this item, somehow the item has become cursed with some sort of detriment. So even though it's not a magic item, that plate mail that we wear, it effectively has some sort of curse. Like maybe you always roll disadvantage on hit dice while you're when you try to heal or whatever the complication is. But it would be an empowerment order. Like if your characters don't want to deal with it and you have the resources available to give an extra order, you can attempt an empower roll, and if that can hit a DC 20, then you basically get to do a second check to try to overcome it. So you attempt to craft the armor. The process that you're doing, it's some sort of curse is happening, and it's freaking you out. So you're going to invest additional resources into empowerment to try to purge it of the curse while you're creating the item. And if you hit the DC 20 with your empower roll, then you overcome the curse, and then the item will be done. But you had to spend an extra order to do so, and potentially waste resources that season to do so. Those points will now be tied up to build that armor for the entire season, which is 10 weeks. So it's often easier, like until you can start creating armor, like until you can create the thing that you want within a week. Often it's easier for you to use trade, the order of trade, to go find and purchase a pre-made item, because you can typically do that inside of 1 week if it can be found. So it's often faster for you to find the resource someplace else than to build it yourself. And that's just a way of being able to control the items that you build. One way to control item is the difficulty. Another way to control the item is time. So like, I will give you this rare magic item, but it's going to take you an entire season to build it. Or you can check in with the DM, and maybe the DM will let you get that magic item. So you do your trade check, you find the magic item, but like say you failed the die roll, there's a complication, and the complication is the guy that's selling it won't give it up until you perform whatever this mission is. And that's how you get access to that magic item without crafting it sooner than the season would have been. So the DM basically hands you the item as a reward of an adventure you specifically go on to get that item. So that's how you can build these tasks and orders into a campaign to guide your characters episodically week to week to perform missions and adventures to get the things that they want if their Bastion doesn't automatically create them for them. So hopefully that all makes sense. So as we're going through here, each, and like say instead we had rolled a 3, maintain. So there's a hireling. So the hirelings that are creating the magic item, they go on strike due to unwanted work conditions. So if you want to make that an adventure, you can then investigate what's going wrong that says these work conditions are so bad. Like maybe there's a poltergeist that cursed the item. Maybe it's possessing items. So like you have a Beauty and the Beast thing going on where like all the equipment and items in the crafting shop are starting to animate as per animate objects, and you need to quell the spirit that's inside your armor shop so you can start building shit again. Like you need to exorcise the facility. So that's how that would fit. Like in the empowerment, we can exorcise the demon. Or if the problem becomes maintained, but you like the idea of a poltergeist being in there, now it's being framed as the hirelings are going on strike because they don't want to be anywhere near a haunting. That's crazy. Let's stick with this haunting theme. So let's say we rolled a 4 instead of a 3 or a 1, but we still like this haunting idea. So current hireling lacks the skill to produce the item, so the solution would be to hire a specialist who's a high enough level to actually be able to create the equipment for us. Or the characters can go on a mission to find an NPC that's willing to help you build that armor, but you have to perform a task for them. So if we want to stick with that poltergeist idea, maybe you are being haunted, and the lead armorer that's performing, that's lead on designing and building the armor, maybe they're being possessed by some sort of nefarious muse that used to be a obsessed armorer themselves, and now that you're making armor in this facility, it wants to take control and start building the armor that it wants. So the curse then becomes whoever wears that armor gets possessed by this crafter spirit. Like that could be the idea. And then finally, we have research. If something's going wrong, you can do research to discover that this used to be haunted and this is who that crafter is. And then finally in trade here, if the problem was that you lacked the materials to be able to create the item, then you could use a trade order to send out and try to establish a new line of trade to bring the materials that you need, like the iron or whatever it is that you need to be able to make the armor that you wanted. Or it could become a plot hook for like you for you to craft that item. Maybe you need you can't find somebody, like you're not willing to invest the points in establishing trade. So that means it becomes an active task that the characters need to do, but you're still lacking the resources. So maybe then the characters go to find, hey, why can't we get the iron that we need from our normal material tradesmen? It's like, well, that guy is having a problem with, maybe they're being poltergeist, and then you have to solve it that way instead. So these are the different ways that you can take an idea and express them in different ways. And I'm just making that up off the cuff, but that's what this is designed to do, to be able to facilitate that sort of off the cuffedness. So like, let's say you do have a poltergeist in the crafting house and your team is somehow able to win them over. Now you have undead craftsmen that are operating willingly and helpingly inside of your facility. Maybe you want to start leaning into like more like afterworld stuff, and like maybe you craft like an ethereal mirror that when you look through it, you can speak directly to and hear back from the poltergeists that are floating in the area. So like you can build up like this ghost walk campaign. Ghost walk was in 3rd edition, where your characters were dead and were ghosts, so they would affect the ethereal world, or if they wanted to haunt or like avenge their deaths or whatever, they could possess items, creatures, or NPCs to then perform tasks, but your character was actually the ghost. So if the possessed person that you possessed died, it didn't really matter, because you would just be ejected from them, and then it takes then you have to like rest a day, and then you could go in and you could possess somebody else to try to continue the task. Like there's a lot of really fun game loops that you could play in Ghost Walk, and like you could introduce that in like through this possession idea. But that's just one idea. So this is where crafting is at, and we finished a list for trade as well. So of the 7 tasks, we've completed 2 of them so far. And so we're just going to continue this same effort of looking at, when we're researching stuff, what could go wrong, and how can we frame those different things going wrong as orders that we could issue to resolve the problem, right? Hopefully this is gelling with you guys. If anyone's listening, if this stuff makes sense, hopefully you'll think it's fun. This is how I've been running my home campaign since February. This is the asteroid, the Eberron asteroid belt campaign. I'm running their asteroid belt mining operation this way, that when they go out to mine rocks, they can run into complications like there's monsters in the asteroid, there's monsters outside the asteroid that's preventing you from approaching it, there's pirates or rival mining operations that are trying to poach your rocks. There could be like an embargo on you entering the space where that asteroid is drifting to, so you can't access it without getting permission. So you have to like do some diplomacy stuff to get basically a permit to go into Droam space to harvest that rock, even though it's not in your territory anymore. These are different things that you can do, and you can either make those additional die rolls to resolve it as a Bastion, just to resolve it so you don't have to worry about it at the end of the Bastion turn, or the players decide, oh, that sounds like a fun thing to do. We wanted to go mess around with Droam anyway. Let's plan our heist mission and hide it inside of a diplomacy mission so we can go there and do this diplomacy thing, but we also want to do this covert operations stuff while we're in Droam territory talking about this asteroid. It's like they can layer things like that, and it's a lot of fun. So it's a really cool way to organize a campaign on an episodic sort of format. So yeah, that's the idea. So we're going to keep peeling these things apart. We finished trade already, so how about we spend some time in research? So let's look at how we organize these things. I'm just going to grab up some of these. And we'll drop down here into research, and I'm going to swap these out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we want there. So we're going to go 6 will be trade. And then 5, then 4, 3, 2, 1. Craft, empower, harvest, maintain. Craft order. It might not be easy for us to resolve this stuff. My microphone is too loud. My spoon is too big. There you go. My spoon is too big. Craft order to blank. So this is the format that we use. Research, discovering new information. So if we fail, and now research can be done by spy network. Research can be done by casting divination spells. It can be done by consulting sages. It can be done by consulting a research library. There's a lot of different ways that you can frame researching, and it could be around things that exist currently, things that happened in the past, things that will happen in the future. It could be regarding persons, places, or things. So there's a lot of variety that just goes into just research. It's a very open statement. So I'm trying to create generic enough statements that will work with whatever kind of research it is that you're attempting. So that's the trick. So, but harvest order to, and then we, like, if the problem is, so we'll identify what the problem is. Like in crafting, the problem was the current hireling lacks the skill to produce the item. That's what we run into as our problem. But this is research, so it's going to be framed completely differently. So recruit order to something. And like this one might end up being like, oh yeah, you don't have researchers that are knowledgeable enough to succeed at this task. Well, maybe our recruit decision is hire someone that's competent enough that's an expert on the subject matter. Like, it could be that simple. So we might see some repetition in some of the solutions that we offer with these solution checks. But that is yet to be seen. And I feel like this is a trade order, recruit order, maintain order to, harvest order to, empower order to, craft order to. So like it would be, ultimately it'd just be, I think when we rebuild this, it'll be like, 1, your facilities are either sabotaged or damaged by monsters and or unnatural or natural weather. And then so the solution is crafting. And then 2, it's the settlement, hirelings mysteriously disappear, and the solution is harvesting, etc. down the line. So I'm just leaving craft, harvest, empower, maintain, recruit in place right now as ways to frame it. I don't know ultimately if we're going to leave it that way. But we now have a scaffold here that we can pick up, copy, and then drop into each accordingly. So this would be research instead of recruit. There we go. And then we can come up here to maintain. And this would be maintain, recruit, and then this will be research. So we're just building some structure here real quick before we continue. There, maintain, and then we go to the harvest order. maintain order to blank. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that. There we go. Last one. To harvest 3 will be maintain. Cool. Craft is done. Empower in process. Harvest in process. Maintain in process. Recruit in process. And currently resolving research. Discovering new information. Let's see. Crafting is building stuff. So let's see what some complications can be. Bastion hirelings become compromised. Sabotage disables facilities. Secret agent sabotage. Trade, craft, harvest, maintain, empower. Ooh, craft. Facility is damaged, sabotaged. Mysteriously damaged, sabotaged. Preventing the information from being researched. Craft order to repair and to repair the facility. That's pretty easy. Plot hook to discover who, how the facility was damaged. Sabotaged or damaged. Something like that. I'm overheating. Give me a second here. It is unreasonably warm for a December, nearly January day. I need to crack open some ventilation in here. Jesus. I'm sweating. Man, it's crazy. Plot hook to discover. So, like, when you're performing this plot hook, if you're successful with the adventure, it's assumed that the place is being repaired in the background while you do it. So even though this plot isn't directly involved with, like, fixing your facility, the process of discovering how or who it was damaged and sabotaged will also impart, like, the facility gets back online and you can complete the task. Empowering is creating magic items or bestowing a boon or blessing, or like some sort of like inspiration to NPCs and characters that are involved in the process. So if the complication would be involved with empowerment. So let's see if there's anything interesting in here. Resolve NPC task using activity. Accidentally create living spell that attacks the facility. That's awesome. Let's use that. That's a fun thing to mess around with. Accidentally create a living spell in your facility that goes on a rampage. Recruit order to hire specialists to remove the living spell, or plot hook to defeat the living spell and minimize damage and minimize risk to the Bastion. Maintain order. That could be something like hirelings become compromised. Hirelings researching the hirelings issued the research order is compromised the right word to use, or should it be like kidnapped / missing? Is it have they? So I'm just going to use Oracle dice to answer yes and no questions, and I always pose it in the form of a yes question. So, have they been? Have the researchers been kidnapped or vanished? 6 and 4 means no. The 6 is higher than the 4. The answer is no. So logically, then that would mean they've somehow become compromised. 5 and 3 equals no. So maintain. Hirelings issued the research order. Maintain is generally like is happiness, worker cohesion, retention, lifestyle, satisfaction. So something is dissatisfied. The workers that are working on this research feel threatened. 1 and 4. Ooh, the hirelings issued the research order. Discover a dark secret that the hirelings discover. There was short of this. The hirelings discover a dark secret that they're afraid to research any further. Is that appropriate for maintain, or does that fit someplace else? It says it's appropriate for maintaining. So maintain order to offer additional pay reward to continue despite the risk. And obviously, like if that die roll fails, then they are not willing to proceed, even though you're attempting to pay them, like give them hazard pay, is essentially what we're looking at there. So if your die roll works, then you have to tie up extra resources this week, giving them hazard pay, and that's represented by you temporarily spending research points to give them more resources, which in this case is translated into hazard pay. It could also translate in other circumstances, like you increase the number of people working with them so they can achieve the goal on time, for example. Speaking of being on time. Okay, so let's see empowerment. Empowerment generally works with magic items and buffing effects. So like maybe it's like while researching, they discover a magical ward that prevents them from finding out any additional information. How about that? Maybe is that not appropriate for empower? I mean, it sounds like a good idea, right? The dice don't like that. And why don't the dice like that? Oh, because I didn't finish the plot hook yet. The hirelings discover a dark secret. They're afraid to research any further. Plot hook to further investigate the dark secret to assure the researchers aren't retaliated against. See, the adventure, the plot hook adventure doesn't have to have anything to do with the theme of the solution order, but like you could either then use like if you're not proficient in the maintain order, and the option is to either make it a maintain order or to do the plot or to take the plot hook. If your characters aren't, I mean, every Bastion is automatically proficient in maintain, so that's a bad example. But it's like, let's say recruit instead. If the task was recruiting and your guild isn't proficient in recruiting, then, and say you're a third rank guild, then you're going to only be rolling a d20 plus 3, hoping that your recruit efforts will be sufficient to resolve the complication that, like, if it was a third rank research effort, the DC is 20. Again, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Those are your scale of 1 to 5, 10 to 30. If you couldn't hit the DC 20 on research, and assumedly you were proficient in researching, and now you have to roll a DC 20, and all you have is a D20 plus 3 from the maintain task, like, you could decide to throw the dice and see if you get lucky on making that roll. But chances are you're not going to roll a 17 or above on that D20. So chances are, like, putting 3 points or even 1 point into researching it and tying up an entire order to make this thing click through might not be worth it to you as an investment in your Bastion, or you just might not have enough points to actually be able, or any orders left over to actually accomplish that. So you have to make it an adventure. Otherwise, that order yields no results this week, and you have to punt to next week to either try again or abandon altogether and find some other route, eventually just making it an adventure anyway, because you couldn't make any progress on your own. And if you fail at something, it just tied up your resources for that week and you just didn't do anything. You can try the task again the following week. Excuse me. Let's go. So let's keep at this. I like that idea. I'm going to override the dice because I like that. Magical warding prevents researchers from discovering the prevents researchers from completing the order. I like that language. I like how that language sits. Prevents the researchers from completing the order. Prevents the crafters. Prevents hirelings from completing the order. Let's just do it like that way. Empower order to dispel or empower order to dispel the wardings preventing further research. Or plot hook to investigate the sources of wards preventing research. See, you can either just relegate it as a task that then they can just unravel the magic, but they don't ask that much about, like, they don't find out who it was. They just find the obstacle and they just unravel the obstacle so they can continue. If you make it a plot hook for an investigation, at the end of it, you're going to find the wardings, and you're going to find who did the wardings, and you're going to resolve that somehow. Either way, you could create future plot hooks off of that, because now you're messing around with somebody's magical warding that's supposed to prevent you from finding out about whatever this thing is that you're researching, and now they know that you're unraveling their wards, so you're now on their radar as somebody who's looking someplace you don't want them to. So that becomes fun. That's like a really good Shadowrun cyberpunk sort of like tripping security systems when you're hacking into somebody's database, for instance. Preventing research. There. That's fun. And that could be like a spy network where you're trying to spy on a building. There could be like some sort of a like on Leomund's tiny hut that you would like have to be able to cross the border of the Bastion's parameter to be able to find out information about it. Or it could be like a non-detection spell that's placed on somebody so you can't locate them. Or it could be like what is it? Nistel's magic aura that conceals the identity of what it is so it can't be legend lord or identified properly. These are different words that exist inside of the game that players normally don't think about implementing on their characters, but have a lot of value as NPC stuff and Bastion activities, as you can see. Harvest. So harvesting involves the cultivating of materials, either plant, animal, or mineral materials to be generally crafted or used to empower magic items. So in the instance here, if you're attempting to research and you fail to research, if the answer is harvesting, you can harvest, you can cultivate, you can let's consult our list. Let's look for harvesting type activities. See, this doesn't apply because we're doing research. Hirelings disappear. Cursed item. Former owner. Redundant. This one's redundant. 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 Storehouse rated. That doesn't feel particularly relevant. Boy, this one's a challenge. This one is tricky. I'm not seeing... I'm not immediately seeing things. I mean, there's a lot. I've been basically grabbing all the leftovers and just piling them. So there's a lot of redundancy in here right now. But yeah, I'm not. I don't see it. I can't currently see it. So I'm going to start manipulating the Oracle dice, asking questions, getting answers to see if I can Oracle my way into a harvest answer that feels fun. So, is there a harvest solution? 2 on 4. So yes, there is a way for us to, the Oracle dice claims there's a way for us to find a sensible harvest solution for our problem. So we're trying to research. Researching could be discovering information about a person, place, or thing. It could be a famous thing. It could be from the present. It could be from the past. It could be from the future. We could be doing it via magic scrying, via magic divination, via sages, via books, via spy network, or hiring a PI sort of thing. So we have a lot of different ways that we can manipulate it. Harvesting is gathering gathering materials, either plant, animal, material, to generally craft stuff. So we generally don't have to craft stuff to be able to research. But what if to be able to complete the command of researching, we had to harvest something? Does that 1 on 4? It says, yeah, that makes sense. We're missing. So like there's some sort of material item that we're missing to be able to complete the research. Is that it? 4 on 5. It says, maybe that could be it. We need like if we're doing divination magic or like a legend lore or something, we would need a specific object relevant to the top. Like we need to find a focus that's relevant to the topic of research for us to be able to continue it. How about that? 3-on-2 it says no, because that doesn't really apply to the spy network. I mean, but that's a good feel to it. So like that's the start. We need to create something so that creating something is crafting. We need to gather some sort of material. We need to produce some sort of raw material for us to perform the research necessary. Could it be that we've ran out of whatever spell components it is that we would normally need to be able to cast the divination spells and stuff that would give us the information that we need? 2-6 says yes. So that's more of an empowerment thing, honestly. But let's see. We don't have. Is this more of a trade idea? Like we need to get some sort of materials or resources so that we can perform the research? 3-on-3. So that's more of a trade thing than a harvest thing. It could be a harvest thing instead of a trade thing. Yeah. Trade could be something different. Maybe it wants to do. I mean, it's not unnoted that the two things that are left over here in researching that I'm having difficulty with are harvest and trade. Trade is getting materials from a settlement or a source that has access to those materials. Harvesting is you gather those resources yourself on your facility. You have to have a settlement to be able to harvest resources. This is becoming a harvest problem. So does that mean that it's actually something involving something at a settlement is preventing you from being able to properly research your target? 3, then 6. So it's something at a settlement. Let's see. Magical warding prevents hirelings from completing the order. Is that... is this actually like obstructions that need to be cleared from the area around the target being researched so you can get a proper read? 4, then 1 is none. So no, that's not the answer. Harvest 2. God, this is tough. Infested. See, like we don't need materials, so them being infested doesn't really matter. Sabotage is resolved by crafting, by repairing the stuff. Bastion hirelings become compromised. That's recruiting. Rival or hostile forces siege the Bastion, preventing trade and harvest orders. What about retaliation? Is that what's happening? Could retaliation be disabling your facilities and your resources? 6, then 2. That's not the angle. Could retaliation, like you're attempting to do this research, and so in Empower we ran into wards that prevented us. Maybe instead we run into a hostile force that's actively threatening us. What did we do with recruitment? Accidentally created a living spell in your facility that goes on a rampage. Oh, that's research. That should really be an empowerment thing. Yeah, that should absolutely be an empower thing. I don't know where I was at with that. So let's go up to empower and there. That resolves recruiting there. Plot hook to blank. Recruit order to blank. Let's see. Okay, so retaliation. So target of research retaliates against being spied on. So the recruit order is to increase security to counteract the retaliation, and then the plot hook would be to defense tower, I guess. So is that recruit order good? 4 on 4, loves it. Okay, target of research becomes hostile and retaliates against the Bastion interloping. We'll just use that. And then recruit order to increase security at the Bastion. And then plot hook to remove the to end hostilities. Plot hook to end hostilities with the Bastion. Is that right? 4 than 5. Yep. This is why I didn't like the idea of that living spell originally, because this was a better solution. So now we're talking about retaliation and warding, sabotage, preventing the information. So that kind of fits into the sabotage targeting. Okay, so maybe let's stick on this retaliation thread. Maybe there's the facility is mysteriously damaged or sabotage, preventing information from being as a threat. Maybe we should shift the facility being damaged down to harvesting, where the place where your settlement is being threatened. Is that the right idea? 6 then 2. No, that's not the right idea. That was the right idea for crafting. We should leave it there. 5 then 6 equals yes. So the dice are working as intended, miraculously. It's amazing how well Oracle dice really work, how they just pull subconscious ideas out of you. Is there a difference between harvest and trade? 3 then 2 says no. So are we going to use essentially the same type of hook, or the same type of complication that can be resolved either with harvesting or trade? 1 on 1 says yes, very much so. Harvesting is creating content. Crafting. Repair the facility. Trade is gather materials. You don't use the research action to make stuff. You use empower and crafting to make stuff specifically. So the problem is material. So is it a material component idea? Do we not have the materials, the resources, the stuff? Thank you. That we need to be able to properly research? 1 on 1. Okay, so the answer is you don't have what you need to be able to research this. That's weird, because what material could we possibly need? If I'm just tailing somebody to find out where he lives, and I can't succeed at that task because I didn't have this material. How does that jive? We need some sort of special material to be able to complete research. Is that what we're doing here? 1 on 1. Becomes hostile. Discovers a dark secret. Warding. Places burned down. Trade. Harvest. Let's go with research requires an exotic material. The Bastion doesn't have access to. Research requires an exotic material the Bastion doesn't have access to. Does that jive? 6-2. It doesn't jive. Fuck. Oh, trade. Hold on. Maybe to complete the research, the Bastion is forced to offer some sort of a bribe or a resource. 5 and 6. Oh, it likes that. Researchers must offer resources, valuables to proceed in research. Like in the spy network, this would be like you have to bribe somebody. In the eyes of like magical research, like you have to have like a talisman or something specific to the item that you want to learn more about. And so you get that thing, you're stuck with where you're at. So trade order to requisite the needed material resources to proceed in research. Must acquire. Researchers must acquire exotic material resources to proceed with research. There we go. And like this would be something like if you have a storehouse, like if this is a say a fairly easy task to accomplish, like maybe it's only a DC 15 to find it. If you have the way that you counteract this is if you have a storehouse that is of second rank, it will automatically have the materials that you need for your researchers to be able to continue performing the task. So if you have a storehouse as a facility established, you can ignore this complication if it's rolled. So the storehouse, like the research facility, there's a number of different types of facilities that you can invest in that are allowing you to basically ignore, it gives you a perk in general and allows you to ignore a complication when it rolls up. So having a ton of research having a ton of facilities that can nullify a bunch of different complications is a valuable resource to have available so that you can tap into that stuff so that you can don't have to make a plot hook out of it and you don't have to invest resources or orders into it because you already invested resources to make sure you can counteract this thing. Like you can have maybe there's a maintenance crew. Like maybe you invest points into a maintenance team that if something sabotages, damages your facilities, you can ignore that complication because you have a maintenance crew that's constantly going through and fixing things as they happen. So it never gets so bad that it slows your operations with a failed die roll. Like that's a narrative that you can insert into these things. So stuff like that. So as we go through, we'll take all the facilities that we've already built out from the list in the DMG, and we'll be able to sort through how many of these facilities can we use to counteract complications in these checks, and do they have other perks? And that's the set of facilities that you would need. So, or the facilities that you would want. So anyway, that's the idea. So let's see. So that took care of recruiting and trade. The plot hook is to Researchers must acquire exotic material or resources to proceed with research. And to proceed with research, so the trade order is to requisite the is to acquire the needed materials. Researchers lack the exotic material resources required to proceed with research. So the trade order then becomes acquire the needed material resources to proceed in research. The plot hook could then be for the characters to lack the exotic material resources required to process. Plot hook to find and retrieve the required material resources themselves. That's pretty redundant, but the required there. So harvest now remains the only thing that's open. So it could be exotic material resources required to proceed with research, trade order to acquire those things. Could there also be a harvest issue, like we don't have the material that we need to properly research this thing? So could that just be a harvest action for us to gather them ourselves? Is it that simple? 5-on-4 says no. So we're still stuck on harvesting. Fuck you. Ugh. So I need to be able to go someplace and dig something up or process something or gather something, but not like gather information, not like that. I'm not being punny. We're not being punny, are we? No, we're not being punny. I asked a no question and it agreed. So the answer is no, we're not being punny. So harvest. Boy, this is tricky. The last time we got stuck here, we found some really fun answers. So let's just keep tooling through here. Natural disaster, weather disrupts resources or issues order, hirelings disappear. Cursed items. Harvest plant materials infested. Sabotage facilities. Rivals force siege the Bastion to preventing trade and harvest orders. Bastion raid storehouse or trade route or settlement. Storehouse raided. Accident disables facilities, weakens hirelings. Facilities are being damaged. Ghost gremlins, mischief creatures harassing the Bastion. Bandit raid storehouse or trade routes or settlements. Local mob boss offended by Bastion employing a rival. Facilities resources hired to resolve NPC task, reducing your productivity. Sabotage facilities. Is there a distraction narrative we can come up with here? Okay, so the thing is that harvesting requires a settlement. So if we're going to issue an action, it has to be at a location where a settlement where materials can be harvested from. Ooh, I can't let this go. I need to find an answer here for this pattern to remain consistent. I don't want to break frame with that. So far, everything has been working fine. Granted, we're only on 3 out of 7, so there's plenty of opportunities for things to break. But for this, the whole model to remain viable, I have to have some sort of harvest solution. So, harking back to yesterday's conversation now, is harvesting too narrow of an order for us to be able to universally use for general resolution? Is this a problem? We're supposed to be able to solve this research problem by harvesting something. Could the act of research be consuming material, some sort of material, as though it was being crafted? 5 says 2. No. Harvest. Is the answer just harvesting something? It says yes. The answer is a harvest. So harvest order to gather the needed material to continue research. So if that's how I'm framing this, that I have to gather the needed material. We're lacking the needed material. Researchers lack the exotic material resources required to proceed with research. So if it's trade or harvest, am I just going to duplicate the trade? One-on-one, it says. And a while ago, we had dice that says that harvest and trade is essentially the same thing. Okay, so researchers lack the exotic, lack sufficient materials required to proceed with research. Harvest order to gather the needed materials to continue researching. Does that jive? 6-on-3 says no. Yeah, it kind of disconnects, doesn't it? Am I just imagining harvest in too narrow of a scope for it to be useful? 6-on-3 says no, it's not too narrow. So it's my perception of how harvest can interact with this research is the issue. 3-on-3 says yes, the dice never fucking lie. They're always true. They're always true. They always know. So I have some sort of a mental block that's limiting how I perceive harvesting can be used in the campaign. So let's go back up and look at harvesting real quick. Harvest. Produce materials needed for item creation. Produce materials needed for item creation at a settlement, from a settlement. Okay, yeah, that's good. Let's go way up here and look at harvesting again. Whew, man, this is not easy. Your Bastion gathers materials needed to craft and empower items from the environment. Crafting and empowering requires one or more materials to issue the order. There's 3 types of material that can be obtained: plant, animal, mineral. To harvest materials, you must have a settlement at a location that can provide one or more types of material. Each type requires a separate order. Once a settlement is established, whenever you issue a craft or empower order, make a Bastion check with a DC determined by the rank of the craft or empower order you want to issue. If the check succeeds, your Bastion has the material available to issue the craft or empower order immediately. If the check fails, the order is delayed by the listed duration due to a complication that will delay harvesting your listed for the listed duration. You can use facilities to sustain a rank of material as described below. Like to set up you can use facilities to sustain a storehouse to have a storehouse that sustains a rank of material as described below. Further, auction resources, that's maintained. Yeah, there's not a lot that harvesting is listed as, but it covers a lot of, pardon the pun, a lot of ground. What about an infestation? 2 then 1 says no. Your Bastion gathers materials needed to craft and power from the environment. Is environment the key word here? 3-1 equals no. Crafting and powering requires 1 or more materials. This is rough. There's a solution. The dice say there's a solution, so I believe there is one. Let's see how we can possibly find it. What if the researchers keep forgetting the things that they discover because of some sort of poison? 2 then 4. I think that's going to work. It's a type of sabotage. Listen, all y'all. That's gonna work. I think that works. So let's get into it. Let's get into physical. Researchers keep forgetting the information they discover. Is that it? No. Researchers forget Is that the proper way to word that? Is that what we're doing here? We're having a wording issue? 2 and 3, it says okay. So researchers forget the information they discover. Harvest order to are they going to make like a memory jogger potion? 1 and 2. Researcher forget the information they discover. Harvest order to cultivate a serum harvest order to gather plot hook to discover the source of memory loss. Is that right? Is that the way we're doing this? 5 and 2 says no. Plot hook to discover how they're being targeted? No. Plot hook to discover researchers forget the information. Researchers are poisoned, leading to forgetting the information. How about that? 4 on 4. So researchers are poisoned. There it is. Are poisoned, causing them to forget the information they discover. Is that the solution that we were looking for? 4 on 5. Yep. All right, we're on the right path. So discover this is who is poisoning your researchers. 5 and 6. Plot hook to discover who and how the researchers are being poisoned. Discover who are poisoning. Who is poisoning hirelings, and how to the researchers and how to stop and how to stop them. Is that the right wording that we want on this? Harvest order to gather materials needed to counteract memory poison. Is that right? 1 then 3. That's what we want. Neat. A memory poison. Plot hook to discover who is poisoning the researchers. To how to counteract. Plot hook to discover how to counteract the memory poison. That seems very specific. But the chances of you having a harvesting empowerment issue, I mean, I guess you could riff off. Is that good? Tooth and 4 says okay. Tooth and 4 says it's good enough. I mean, these are supposed to be like examples or ideas of how to do this, and examples of how that might work. So harvest was a tough one, though. I'm afraid it's too narrow. Do these seem inspiring or limiting to people? Anyone that's listening in or catches us in the future in chat, let me know as we're looking at these options. Does this feel like it's creating gameplay opportunities to explore and play with the world, or does it feel like it's pigeonholing tasks into like too specific of a narrative, for instance? That's all I'm concerned about. I suspect the former. I'm concerned that it's the latter. It's just because it's been working in my playtesting doesn't mean it could be that it's working because I'm expressing things in specific ways that's getting the gist across that maybe the way that I'm writing these things just isn't. Research, trade. Next on deck will be recruiting. Craft, empower. Let's do recruiting next. I need to take a quick bio break. So how long have we been at this? Like 2 hours? Hour and a half? Yeah, me taking a bio break isn't unrealistic. Let me go ahead and do that real fast. I'm going to just pop an extra layer here and go BRB. See you guys in a minute. Okay, we are back. Thanks for your patience, folks. All right, I'm going to take another drink of water. Chase it with some caffeine to keep my senses sharp. Yep. Cool. Okay, so I'm thinking I want to go back and look at that real quick. Because while I was taking my break, I was thinking, what if instead of this being poison, like what if there's like some sort of book rot or something that affects memory? It likes that idea. Are poisoned, causing them research at harvest order to let's see, researchers are how about this instead? The facility, how about this? The facility is infested with some sort of fungus. Facility. Yeah, that's it. The facility. Bastion. Bastion is infested with memory loss mold. How about that? Is that a thing? How about magical memory loss mushrooms? Not magical, because that would put in empowerment, right? Make them mundane. One-on-one says mundane is fun. So, spore fungus, right. Bastion is infested with memory loss fungus. Causing the information researchers hirelings forget information discovered. There you go. And now the harvest order is to clear the bastion of the fungus infestation. How about that? Does that work? Oh, the Oracle fucking loves that. 6 on 6. Very nice. That's what the Bastion was trying to show me. I can use that to gather materials. I can also use it to clear materials from an area. That makes a lot of sense. We can start using harvesting as a stripping operation, like in the Spelljammer book that we published on DMsGuild. It talks about using raw forest and time to convert trees into ballista bolts, or like in a rocky field or in a hillside or a mountainous environment, you have to spend X amount of time to collect Y amount of trebuchet or mangonel ammunition that are basically just suitably sized rocks that you can hurl off the machine. All you got to do is like kind of fly over a field looking for rocks, and when you find a rock, you can just go down and scoop it up. But it takes time to gather up all that material across a mountain ravine or a field or however it is that you're doing it. But we already have those rules inside the Spelljammer system. I love that. So this makes sense. In that case, like, we're clearing boulders from this mountainside. Now we're harvesting ammunition for our ship to fly away with, but at the same time, it's clearing the area of rocks. In this sense, we're using the harvest action to gather that memory loss fungus. Is infested with memory loss fungus. Hirelings forget information discovered. So the harvest order to clear. To harvest, there it is. Harvest order to gather the fungus and clear the bastion of the infestation. How about that? 2-5, loves it. Plot hook is to discover the source of memory loss, which is going to be the fungus. And the tail end of that is once you gather that information, you clear up the fungus, you can now take that into your laboratory and start developing memory loss poisons that you can afflict people with. I think there is a memory loss poison in the in the DMG, isn't there? Hold on. Now I feel like something very special is happening. Poison. Poison weird. Potion of poison, poison spray, animated breath, parry up of poison, detect poison, potion of poison, parry up of poison, protection from poison, poison spray, protection from poison, detect poison, wyvern poison, poison, comma, basic equipment. That's probably where it's all at. Also, that's legacy. Corruptible poison recipe, glowing poison recipe, poison damage, poison, 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 purchasing poison, harvesting poison, poison spray, purchasing poison. Maybe we already have enough. Let's see. Sample poisons. Takes damage. Burnt other fumes. Carrying crawler mucus is paralysis. Essence of ether. Is unconscious while poisoned. Loth's sting. Also unconscious while poisoned. Malice is blinded while poisoned. Midnight tears. A creature that ingests midnight tears suffers no effects until the stroke of midnight. Any effect that happens at midnight of poison condition returns to poison. The poison has been in. Poison damage and it's just a lot of poison damage. Oil of Taggart. While poisoned this way. A lot of unconscious poisons. Pale tincture. Poisoned. Poison creature can't be healed. Remains poisoned. Purple worm poison equals ridiculous damage. Serpent venom equals damage. Torpor. Speed is halved. Truth serum. You only can't tell a lie. Oh, that's the thing. It was just can't tell a lie. This would be like, I guess this would be like the modify memory spell. And so, yeah, what level is modify memory? Good question. Fifth level spell. That's a third rank, or so there's a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rare level of item. Poison means it's going to cost more than 400 gold. Like it could be a 500 gold piece dose, and you'd have to be a third rank organization to be able to create it. 1 minute. Enchantment. You attempt to reshape another memory. One creature that you can see within range makes a wisdom saving throw. You are fighting the creature, has advantage on the failed save. The target has a charm condition for the duration while charmed. For 1 minute, the target also has the incapacitated condition and unaware of the surroundings, though it can hear you. If it takes any damage, it wakes up. While the charm lasts, you can affect the target's memory of an event that is experienced within the last 24 hours. And that lasted no more than 10 minutes. You can permanently eliminate all memory of the event, allow the target to recall the event with perfect clarity, change its memories of the event's details, or create a memory of some other event. You must speak to the target to describe how its memories are affected, and it must be able to understand you. Yeah, this would just basically be you fail your saving throw, and then you just forget what happened, and maybe be like the next day. Within 24 hours, you forget the culminating data of your research. So that's how that could be blipped out. I'm happy with that. Bastion is infested with memory loss fungus. Hireling forget information discovered. Harvest order to gather the fungus and clear the bastion of the infestation. Plot hook to discover the source of memory. Loss, because you don't automatically know that it's fungus unless you invest the resources to discover that's what it is and then harvest it. So there you go. So, hey, great. I am really happy with that now. We found it, guys. That's fucking awesome. Oh, that is actually really awesome. I'm very happy. So, let's see. How many of these do we do per page? So let's just drop this down to the next page, just for the lulz. And let's do empowerment. Let's do empowerment next. That feels good. The next major task we have with this project after we sort out these complications, then is to go back up here into the Bastion events table that's in the DMG, and take the idea of what these complications have been and then rebuild them into a list of wheels and woe, like good and bad events, opportunities and complications. Because you automatically roll on the Bastion events once per week, or however long your Bastion turn is in your campaign. Default is a week. So once a week you make a Bastion, an events check. And that pretty much just coincides like when you're rolling your maintain lifestyle die roll. If you roll one, that's basically when you would roll it. Happens at the beginning of the week. It's the first thing that happens. You become aware that that's an event. It then becomes something that you begin engaging resources and orders into resolving, choose to ignore, or choose to engage with as your character's adventure that week. And then you can, after you decide what's going on with that Bastion event, from there, you issue all the orders for that week for your Bastion to perform. And then you immediately make the die roll for all of those to see if they're going to be successful or if they're going to have a complication. And then thank you, 20-minute timer. And as you roll each one, you know if you need to consider that a complication or not. If you need to dump more points and an additional order into it. So as you go through each task, you're deciding, like you can say, let's roll another one. I know we can do at least one more. So you'll issue another order and maybe that task succeeds. So you have like 1 or 2 spare orders left and you have some resources available. Maybe then you decide to go back and like, let's decide if that's the adventure we want to run, or do we just want to dump some of these resources into that order to try to resolve it through our Bastion passively. It's passive versus active. That's the idea. So once we finish these complications, we'll come back up here and we'll have the distilled list of from 1 to 10 are complications, and then to 11 through 20 are opportunities. And as you have more points of your Bastion invested into orders and facilities, however many points you have invested in, like the most points you have invested in one order is the bonus you get to your die roll if the roll is below 10. Did I just say that? The total resources invested in the most resources invested in invested in the orders issued the most resources invested in the orders invested in the most resources invested in any order, in any one order, is the bonus you add to the D20 if the roll to the D20 if the roll was 10 or below. There, that's what we've been trying to say. The number of resources invested in one order of your choice is added to the result of the D20, to the result of the roll There. I think that's actually the proper way of wording that. The number of resources invested in one order of your choice is added to the result if the roll was 10 or below. There you go. So the more points you're investing into performing tasks in a particular order, the less likely it is that you'll have a complication automatically occur in your Bastion events and instead be an opportunity that you could then invest into. So we'll have a stack of bad news, and then we'll push past that into cool things that can happen for you. So that's the idea. So we'll flesh all that out from the actual list of events that we already have on another document, and we'll then be able to parse that out into good and bad, and then sort those between the 20 rules and couple those with the complications that we have down below already. That's the idea there. So that's going to be what we do next. So, but as we've seen, resolving complications can be difficult. So we'll see if we're able to get this stuff done. I've basically got 2 hours left to play today. I might have the endurance to sustain that the full duration. Maybe we'll finish before then. I don't know, but that's where we're at right now. So carrying on. Empower. Create magical items or add buffs or add benefits or give characters temporary boons. I think that's the proper way of putting that. So let's see. Well, we resolved harvest, so we can pull this out of the way. Oh, no, we didn't resolve harvest. That was research that we just resolved. So let's take the stack of research. Already been peeled away. Perfect. Yay, they fit on the same page. I love that. I think this is going to end up being a lot of fun to illustrate. Kind of looking forward to that. Recruit. Maintain. Harvest. I don't know. Harvest could be tricky. Let's see. I'm gonna push that down just a touch further so I can have this blocked off on its own page. Okay. So empower, create magical items or give characters temporary boons. So craft the material on hand. The material. The items or material on at the Bastion. The items to empower. The item cannot be empowered. Craft order to create a new item during the empower. To craft order to create a new item while empowering it. That's easy enough. The plot hook to find a suitable item to empower. We might need to add flavor text or like descriptions or like scenarios to each one of these, like a little story. There's 42 of them. That feels a little excessive. Maybe just like a flavor blurb for each of these more than this like trite statement. I don't know. Maybe like for example. I mean, because that memory loss thing is pretty specific. But this is just kind of like examples. And I mean, the DM could always reroll if harvest ends up being a problem or whatever. Let's see. The item cannot be empowered. Craft order to create a new item. Let's see. Harvest. The item cannot be empowered. Harvest. The exotic. The Bastion. Your Bastion. Your Bastion lacks the specific. Your Bastion doesn't have the necessary exotic materials needed to empower. Harvest order to... would that be to find a source of gathering that material? One-on-one. Harvest order to establish settlement to begin harvesting necessary material. Is that actually a maintain action? Nah, it's the establishing the settlement that's the problem. Harvest order to harvest necessary to harvest the needed material from an established settlement. Basically, you're investing resources to have your Bastion invest in workers to harvest that material and get it to you where it's needed. The transport cost involved with harvesting or trade is normally just melted away as a non-issue if the DM wants to track the travel time needed. Once that travel time from there and back again has been once that duration expires, you have now a permanent trade route that will always provide the material that you need of the rank that you've invested in from that settlement that exists. That trade line remains once you put the points into it and the time happens. It's always active. So you'll always have sufficient supply. It's assumed you've properly anticipated, forecasted the amount of material that you need, and that your Bastion facility, that your Bastion is capable of producing enough wealth to be able to cover the expenses of having that material to be on hand as you churn it out. You can do that through trade, and you can do that through harvesting. When you harvest, you're gathering material from the land, and it subsumes like smelting or any kind of refinery processing that goes along with harvesting that material to become a useful resource. I mean, like become from a raw material into a processed material ready for item creation. The same with trade. It's assumed that you find a settlement or a broker that's capable of finding the material that you need at the level of condition that you want to be able to craft the items that you need. And you can do these as a per week, just an on-the-fly ability check, D20 test, just to see if you happen to find somebody within a week's distance of you that can provide that for you. If you fail the die roll, that just means that you have to go further away. So now you have to travel 2 weeks further away to find a resource. Did you fail? If the answer is yes, you failed. Now you have to travel 3 weeks further away. So every week you fail, it's just because your brokers are having to travel further and further away from the Bastion to broker that deal. And that 3 weeks represents, they're not actually 3 weeks away. They're actually like maybe 10 days away. Takes a couple of days to set up the agreement, and now at the end of that 3 week block of time, they finally return and they have the materials now. So you get that sort of flashback mechanic of like they're doing all this in history so that at the end of this week when you need it, that's when they arrive. So you constantly have brokers going out there attempting to establish trade agreements or to establish settlements to be able to harvest from. And you just don't need to know the end result of that until your players decide it would be useful for us to have this thing now So I'm going to roll the dice, and if the dice comes up positive, that means sufficient time has already happened in the background of the campaign for my guy to come back and says, oh, you happen to need that iron set. I just happened to get us hooked up with an iron forge. They're going to have materials coming in the next 3 days. Perfect timing, don't you think, boss? Like, that's the narrative that you're constantly playing out. Or if that die roll failed, your guy comes back and says, hey, I found that iron line that you were looking for. There's a refinery. It's these dwarven, I've talked about this before, like there's a dwarven refinery, but they're currently under siege by a bunch of orcs. If you could go in and clear the orcs out of the way, you will literally be establishing the pathway for them to be able to open up that trade line with us. And we'll gain some renown with that dwarven community. So maybe we can start cutting some deals or like establish a settlement there with them for trade. Like, that's how you can lean into the narrative of these bastions. So it's all about framing. That Blades in the Dark, or like the leverage D20 game back in the early 2000s, that flashback mechanic of being able to use these Bastion dice as examples of you having already had the foresight of good business people of establishing these protocols so that when you need them, they start to arrive perfectly. So that's just, you don't have to be like, hey, I want to make this thing. Now it's going to take forever for me to get it. It can instead be framed, hey, I know I need to make this thing. And because of the preparation, I can now reduce the time. Instead of being like 400 days to make this thing, I can instead make it in one season. Because I've already established a pipeline in preparation for this commission that I need for like this hammer of the dwarves or whatever. And then, that rare magical hammer that used to be such a badass item in second edition, the hammer of dwarves. It was like a Warhammer +3, and it had a 90-foot range that when you threw it, and then it would just automatically reappear in your hand. Like that's pretty. I mean, that's normal stuff now in 5e, but back in 2e, that was a legendary magic. I mean, it was literally just a rare magic item, but God, it was legendary to have one because they were so fecking cool. Yeah, super cool items. Sorry, I had to geek out there for a second. But yes, this harvesting idea, that totally works. Harvest order to harvest, harvest order to gather, right, to harvest order to gather the needed materials from an established friendly settlement. Meaning like you're welcome there. So we're starting to introduce the idea of like disposition, like a bastion or a settlement's disposition towards your bastion specifically, either hostile, neutral, or friendly. If they're friendly, they just let you dip your resources into their settlement without any kind of tax or fee. Neutral might require you to pay a resource as a tax this season for making use of their resources, or like renting space. And then like hostile might be like, yeah, there's a settlement here, but you're going to have to perform an adventure to get access to this place at all. So you can have those 3 tiers of readily available with a perk, flat or a minor cost, or hostile, have to perform an adventure to access it. Like that's another way to be able to frame stuff like that. That might be a good idea to have up in the Bastion events, like the weekly Bastion events, for instance. Okay, great. Let's get back into it. Your Bastion doesn't have the necessary exotic materials needed. What was the problem? Your Bastion doesn't have the necessary exotic materials needed to empower. And our harvest solution is to go to an established friendly settlement to gather material. The plot hook to find... plot hook to fetch the necessary materials. Like you need a griffin's feather. Let's go find a griffin. Maintain. Create magical items or give characters temporary boons. Maintain. What's a cool maintain? This is for, okay, so hirelings stolen ransom. Hirelings go on strike. Hirelings disappear. Item creation by Bastion is cursed or poisoned. Curse or poison is like a very empower sort of thing. Didn't we just do something with that? Was that crafting? That was crafting that we cursed something, right? Am I that basic? Craft. Yeah, Purge the item of its detriment. Okay, that's basic. You're being basic. Maintain. Oh yeah, we're looking at maintain anyway. Maintain is disruption of household. Let's see. This would be. This is empower, right? This would be where the item. Where's my living spell? Where'd the living spell go? Because this should totally be where it's at. Maintain. Accidentally. No, yeah. That's not. Yeah. There we go. Copy. This could be a recruit thing. I'm gonna exit this out because this should be up in the empowerment, not in the maintain section. I think I just put it here to get it out of the way. There. And this should be an empower. And yeah, recruiting probably makes sense here. Accidentally create a living spell in your facility that goes on a rampage. Recruit order to hire specialists to remove the living spell. Plot hook to defeat the living spell and minimize risk to the Bastion. What a fun location-based adventure. I love that because it gives the players a chance to build the map for the place, and then you get to drop the living spell in it for them to fight, and they get to, like, you could put gold, like you could put a gold or resource value in different areas of the map. So if the living spell goes in that area, they start damaging the gold value or the resources there. So the mission is not only to defeat the living spell, but also to try to keep it away from like the most expensive area. Like the expensive stuff in your lab, like no, not over there. that becomes part of the challenge. That would be fun. Hey, timely timer. Let's see. Maintain, research, and trade. Research. This is going to be your Bastion doesn't have the needed plans to empower the item. Research order to discover discover the needed plans. A plot hook to seek knowledge of the needed plans. You're either going to research it, or you're going to be field agents going to like the lost temple of Arg to get the plans to make the potion of frustration, or who knows, whatever it is you got going on. So harvest. Your Bastion doesn't have the necessary exotic materials needed to empower. Is trade just going to be the same thing? Just don't have the materials needed? 1-4. Yeah, it's pretty basic. All right, so let's do it that way. Your Bastion doesn't have the necessary exotic materials needed to empower. And again, if you have a storehouse with a sufficient rank of materials that are sustained, then if you roll the harvest or the trade complication for empowering or for crafting, you ignore those results because you invested points to guarantee that you have the materials that you need. That doesn't necessarily guarantee you have the plans necessary to make the magic item, but you'll at least have the materials or the items that you need to do so. So that's an example of how these bastions can resolve stuff. If you invested resources to maintain a lifestyle for the guild, you can ignore the maintain complication. There. Get out of the way. Yeah. Okay, cool. We're doing good. Let's knock that down one more so we have some space. Cool. Craft, maintain. Okay, maintain is going to generally be like labor issues. So let's look at what happened with crafting up here. Hireling strike due to unwanted work conditions. So, okay, as long as we have some sort of other work condition issue, let's see where else we're at with work conditions. I want to try to avoid disgruntled stuff because I know that harvesting is probably going to have a good a good angle on disgruntled workers, bean pickers and stuff. The hirelings discover a dark secret. They're afraid to research any further, so you have to bribe them with money. The unwanted dispute was also a money issue. Settlement mutiny prevents materials from being traded. Maintain order to temporarily manage the settlement to reestablish operations. And then that was the last of them, right? Trade. And the maintain here was offer additional pay to continue the task anyway. And then harvest will have to be maintain order to improve lifestyle during the until the order is completed, something like that. So maintain here and harvest. I mean, since we're talking about it, that's kind of where we're heading to next, right? So what's these orders? Hirelings stolen or ransomed. Hirelings go on strike. Hirelings harmed by accident. That's probably a good one. Maintain order to harmed by accident. No, we're gonna remove that. We're gonna go down to harvesting, and we're gonna go to recruiting to hire additional workers while the hirelings heal. Plot hook to investigate the accident. Hirelings harmed by mysterious accident. There. Let's see. Sabotage facilities. Hirelings stolen or ransomed. Is this like a bribe kidnapping thing? No, that's not tracking. What about just hirelings just disappearing? 3-on-1 says no. Rift opens, leading to adventurers expelling monsters. That would be actually that would be a Bastion event complication. Right. It's like that'll never happen. Let's see. Let's get out of that mix. Drop down here. So we're looking for a maintain thing. Raise storehouse or trade routes to settlements. Sabotage disables facilities, Bastion resources. Where'd my list go? Thank you. Maintain. Your Bastion doesn't have the necessary exotic materials. Item cannot be empowered. Maintain. Magical backlash. Damages Bastion facilities. maintain order to repair, maintain order to it's just kind of a tax at that point. I am okay with that. Maintain order to improvise facilities while repairs are in progress. That's fun. And then the plot hook would be for the adventurers. Let's see. Magical backlash damages Bastion facilities. Plot hook to investigate wild surges in the damaged facilities. Because if you're going to make a magic item, you have to have a facility to make the magic item in. It's going to either be like a workshop or a sacristy or an archive or a reliquarium. All the 10 different locations that we have that you can either that you can craft and empower inside of. All of them you can craft and empower inside of. It's just a matter of what type of a facility is it that allows you to what can you craft in that facility. Those are the words we're trying to use. So we're gonna have a list of non-magical items. We're gonna have a list of magical items, consumable and permanent. Trade. Okay. Bastion doesn't have the necessary exotic materials needed to empower. Is that still the proper trade answer here? 6 says 2. No. Magical backlash, recruit, hazard. Your Bastion doesn't have the necessary material. Is there some other way we can frame this instead of just being trade? Hold on real quick. I've literally got ladders going up outside my window. Let's see. Okay, cool. What's an alternate trade thing? Trade is generally bringing materials to you. So our Bastion doesn't have the necessary exotic materials needed to empower. I mean, I don't feel like I can get away with not doing that. And is this the proper course? One-on-one says, okay, I don't know what you were trying to read. I think it was just kind of shit testing me. Track order, trade order to establish new sources of materials, and the plot hook remains the same to plot hook to fetch the necessary materials. There you go. It's pretty easy, Stevie. Chunk, 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 chunk. Okay, that's done. Complications, craft is resolved, and power is resolved. We can peel off this. Peel off. So we have harvest, maintain, and recruit. So we've gotten 2. Oh, wow. God, we've done 2 of them so far, and it's been... Okay, well, we're processing 1 of these an hour, which means we're processing 1 question per minute. 1 per 10 minutes, which means we're resolving... Yeah, per 10 minutes. Whew, dilly-dilly. All right, let's see if this is going to cascade and speed up for us then. I mean, last time it took 2 hours for us to get through one of them, so I guess we're improving. Are we on harvest right now? Maybe we should be on harvest right now. Let's see. Facilities. Damaged, sabotaged. By creature, weather, rivals. Craft order to repair facilities to continue harvesting, and the plot hook to discover the source of sabotage to prevent further disruption. Something like that. In power, let's see. Let's say the land, the region, the settlement where the material is being harvested from is blighted. The dice didn't like that. Let's see. Settlement is cursed or plagued. Doesn't like that either. Magical effect is harming materials harvested. Doesn't like that either. Wow, you're being finicky, dude. I don't know how to follow your flow at all right now. Let's see. What am I missing? Facilities areas are being damaged. Just did that. Natural disaster, weather disrupts resources or issued orders. Ooh. I kind of like that. Let's see. Hostile governance seizes. Empowerment, right? Infested. Is it infestation that we're resolving with empower? Ooh, it's infestation. Okay, infestation it is. So let's go up to empower. Let's see. Materials. The materials you harvest are infested, tainted with magic. Is that right? Am I being too inferring? I'm being too inferring. Are infested or compromised. Hey, what's up? Hey, Happy New Year. Are infested. The materials you harvest are infested or impure. How about that? Cool. Are infested or how about unrefined? Are infested or unrefined. Empower order to purify decontaminate or purify the material. Plot hook to what? Plot hook to investigate source of infestation. Plot hook to discover source of infestation or impurity to prevent further disruption. Oh, it's a green hag, and she's going to kill your ass. Good luck. Maintain order to improve lifestyle until the order is facilities damaged, sabotage, materials you harvested, or blah. Do we have hirelings harmed by accident? Did we do that one already? Oh yeah, we did that. Hirelings harmed by mysterious accident. Cursed item, harvest plant, animal materials are infested. We just did that one. Ghost, gremlins, mischief. This is the maintain order, right? Former owner of looted magic seeks their possessions. Former owner of looted magic item seeks their possessions. Oh, that is a complication. That's just a Bastion event. Like somebody tracks you down. That's my grandfather's sword. I want it back. Oh, I kind of don't want you to be able to nip out of these things. They're kind of cool and funny. Like I kind of feel like just leaving it completely random might just be the best way to do it. Oh, maybe we can jive this somehow. Like maybe we can like the further you drive down your Bastion event towards one, so you increase your chance of having a complication that's bad. Maybe the further you drive down that number, when you resolve that complication, it gives you X amount of resources as a result. Maybe that's a fun way we can, like, maybe we can make a facility that when you invest in it, oh, that might be a cool way to do that. When you invest in the facility, whenever it comes up, when you resolve your Bastion event as an adventure, you gain X amount of temporary resources that you can spend on extra actions. So you're rewarded for the lower the result that you get on the D20 roll, the more resources you can get for free. Something like that. That sounds like a fun idea. Like if you invest 1 point, you'll get D4 points. If you invest 2 points, you get D6 points. Oh, that sounds kind of fun. So if you, yeah. Thinking that through. I'm thinking like if you invest 3 points into, I don't know, your danger room or whatever, your chaos sphere. If you invest 3 resources into your chaos sphere, when you roll your D20, subtract D8 from the result, and the lower the number, the more dangerous the complication is going to be. Like it'll be like a 1 or a 2 would be like a 5th rank difficulty. Then it was like a CR 15 monster attack or something. Like you're like a 1st rank organization. You're like, oh shit. It's like maybe you can invest points to push your number up or down, and you can select something that happens inside of there. I think there's something there that can be gamified, and I think it could be fun. Like just to be able to actually like directly go in and manipulate it. And that gives us, and I also kind of like that idea of like a sliding scale. Maybe it would be like a D10 plus 5 that is your default roll, and then if you invest points into a chaos, into event chaos, that if you like invest however many points you use, that's the die roll that you get. So you have your D20 plus 5. And then you see what your result is, and then you decide if you want to spend points on your chaos. And if you do, then you roll the whatever die it is that you paid for, and then whatever that die roll result is, you can change the result within range of, like, if I roll a 3 and I roll a 14, then I could have any result I want from 11 to 17, maybe. Like, for example, that might be a fun way of like the players having a chance to have like a little bit more control over some of the weirdness that happens at their Bastion. I think that's worth playing with. Yeah, so it could be like 1 and 2 is like 5th rank bad news, and 19 and 20 is 5th rank good news. Nah, maybe it shouldn't be. Maybe it should be. Yeah, we could do it that way. Like DC 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, and then 11, 12 becomes DC 5, and then 13, 14 becomes boons. So yes, and then it would be from 13 to 20 would be boons. I don't know. I don't know. I'm thinking about that. I think that's interesting. But we're not quite there yet. So let's just keep working the space. Complications, crafting's resolved, and power is resolved. We're working on harvest right now, right? So maintain order to improve lifestyle until the order is completed. And so hirelings disappear, hirelings harmed go on strike. There you go. Hirelings go on strike. Maintain order to improve lifestyle. Due to poor work conditions. Hirelings strike due to unwanted work conditions. There's a duplicate there. I don't like it. No, that makes sense. I'm cool with that. Hirelings go on strike due to poor work conditions. Maintain order to improve lifestyle. There you go. Plot hook to... What was the plot hook up there? Investigate claims of unwanted work conditions. Sure, let's just duplicate that. Why not? We can have some duplicates. Plot hook to investigate poor working conditions. Research. Produce materials needed for item creation. We're in harvest. So Harvest Act, we're producing materials. Something goes awry. Now we have to research the cause of whatever. Hostile. I guess we can go the hostile government route, stealing our money. We have that down in trade already, right? Thank you. Research. Local government is seizing assets. Research order to discover influence, releasing the seized assets. To discover influence needed to release the seized assets. Seized asses, yes. Assets. Plot hook to investigate why assets are being seized. Yeah, well, let's just duplicate that. We're shortchanging and cheating a bit, but that's okay. Like governance, having governance in a community would nullify that trade problem, that research problem. Let's see, sustaining governance in the sustaining governance at the source of taxes ignores the research complication. There, that's a start. Up and harvesting some more. So we got what? Everything but trade. Let's see. Natural disaster disrupts harvesting orders. Trade order to temporarily supply disrupted materials. Plot hook to investigate the natural disaster. We always have to include mysterious natural disaster disrupts harvesting orders. Disrupts harvesting. Trade order to temporarily supply disrupted materials. There. All right, cool. So that got resolved. Bloop. Okay. Harvesting's been resolved. Let's peel open maintain. So let's change that to maintain. And we're going to up it to a font size 12 because we're serious business here. Maintain and then recruit. And then, oh my God, and then we're done. Holy shice. Okay, cool. We're coming along, guys. Research. Trade. Gap. All right, we're almost there. Stay on target. Running repair operations. You don't do a lot with maintain. The only thing you actually need to roll, you roll maintain every week, unless you invest points permanently to sustain a lifestyle. You roll every week, season, or year. So first rank is every week. Second and third rank is every season. Fourth and fifth rank is every year. You make a maintain check. So once you roll it, you don't really have to worry about it for like ever. So the larger you get, the easier it is for you to maintain a lifestyle, and the longer it takes for that die roll to play itself out through the size of your organization. If it's just you and a couple other guys eating pizza, not having work this week is going to destroy your business. But like if you're talking about like the Azorius Senate or like the Orzhov Syndicate in Ravnica, a fifth rank Bastion, if there ever was one, they'll make their resource, they'll make their money roll once and then sustain that result for an entire year. So like once you make that die roll, you basically just like lock the points in as that result, and you just leave them locked so you can sustain that lifestyle for however long you can. And again, a first rank Bastion can only sustain a lifestyle for 1 week at a time, which happens to be the tempo in which they are maintaining. Like they have to roll every week anyway. So every organization would basically, if they don't lock the points in, they would be rolling on a weekly basis. But once you make a die roll, if you like that result, you just leave the points locked in for however long that duration of time is. So like for a village and town, if you got a comfortable result on your die roll, you can leave them locked, and then they can stay locked for an entire season. At the end of the season, they automatically unlock, and now you have to roll again. If you don't like the results of that roll, you could roll again next week. If you don't like the result of that roll, you can roll again the following week. You like that result, that's when you lock the points in, and it stays that way for an entire season. So you only have to roll the dice until you get a result that you like, and then you lock in the points at whatever value they were. So, but I mean, you could technically not spend any resources on rolling your lifestyle. You could just leave it as just a naked D20 plus your rank. And if you just happen to get a good result, you could then spend resource points to lock that in at the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, poor, modest, comfortable, wealthy, aristocratic lifestyle. So once you hit that 10 plus, you could consider, do I want to lock that in and just keep it there? Or am I better off leaving? Because like you can only put like maybe 2 points into rolling a D6, hit a wealthy lifestyle. And if you're a fourth rank, or if you have a fourth rank Bastion that can maintain a wealthy lifestyle, it's like, oh, hey, we got a wealthy lifestyle. Let's just go ahead and lock in 4 points now and budget that for being wealthy, and now we won't have those 4 points available to us in the future. But until you decide to lock those in, you don't technically have to spend any points. You can just re-roll your lifestyle every week, and you'll have your business is going through a chaotic period because it doesn't have a stable income. You're not maintaining a stable lifestyle until you get a result that's satisfactory to you as players. We're a pretty Spartan organization. Got a 15, cool. Let's just lock in a point. And there you go. We lock it in. There you go. So we'd be living poorly, but you can't. The result has to be. You need to have. You want to roll above a 10. So you're going to want to lock. Well, actually, technically 10 is the minimum, because if you roll below 10 on a death save, you're dying. You failed on less than a 10, and a 10 plus is success. And a poor lifestyle is no, it's a modest lifestyle. Modest, comfortable, poor, modest, comfortable, wealthy. Right, so it's poor. So anything like poor is like squalid, wretched. I think it's wretched, squalid, poor, and then modest, and then comfortable. Modest, comfortable, wealthy. Aristocratic. So poor. So there's, so squalid would be a D roll, would be a DC of 5, and wretched would be a DC of 0. That actually tracks. That actually tracks. I like that. Cool. Okay, so having that established, so we're now playing with the maintain order, which is generally maintaining, which is lifestyle and security of your bastion. Craft. So let's start looking for complications. Facilities are being damaged by weather or monsters. That's always an easy crafting check to fix them. Facilities are damaged with harvesting. Item is busted with crafting. There is no crafting under or crafting. Let's look at what else we have. Research. We don't have recruiting yet. Under research, crafting equals facility is mysteriously damaged or sabotaged. And then under trade, craft or facilities are either sabotaged by damage or monsters. So there's a lot of damage coming through here on crafting. On maintain right now, we build stuff. So, I mean, that's generally a good vibe to go with. It generally works. But I think it's being overly used. It's becoming a little redundant, right? So let's try to mix it up. Sabotage disables Bastion resources. That's the same thing. Neglect. Bastion ignored for too long. Hirelings bail. Secret agent sabotage assassination mission. Local government superpower. Rivals or hostile forces siege the Bastion, preventing trade and harvest orders. Hostile governance seizing franchises. Local mob boss offended by Bastion employing a rival. That's very specific. We should probably make that a complication, like an event. Rival Bastion is bankrupting. You can poach them. That's definitely a perk, like an opportunity. NPC seeking asylum. Facilities damaged. Natural disaster, weather disrupts resources or has issued orders. This is maintaining the place, the lifestyle, and yeah, I guess, yeah, the facilities are damaged, need to be repaired. It's so generic, it's so repetitive, but I guess it just makes sense. Or by monster, weather, rivals, craft order to repair, Bastion facilities, plot hook to put a stop to monster, rival, plot hook to investigate, source to end further disruption. It's a good one, I guess. It's pretty generic. Is it too generic? It's like on 4 of them now. It's probably okay. I'm probably overthinking it. Curses again. Misfortune, streak of bad luck. Unnatural streak of bad luck in the market. Lifestyle of your Bastion. Bastion facilities are, yeah, that makes sense. This is maintaining your lifestyle specifically that this roll is for. So I mean, you can't really fail that die roll. Yeah, let's leave it like that. Lifestyle and security of your Bastion. Because you never actually, like, you never fail your Bastion, like your, if you roll below 10, you do technically fail. That's true. On your maintaining your lifestyle, because then you would have a wretched or squalid or wretched lifestyle, which you can't sustain for a Bastion because people, they don't feel safe, they bail. You have to at least maintain a poor lifestyle DC 10, which is kind of like making death saving throws. So if you roll below 10 3 times before you're able to roll above 10 again, then your Bastion basically bankrupts and nobody wants to be around you anymore. So I guess I guess we're going to see some repetition here. Unnatural streak of, I'm okay with that. Unnatural streak of bad luck in the market. Hints at sabotage. Let's do that. So empower order to place protective wards around Bastion. Is that what we're doing? Protective wards? Is that the idea? No? To remove the curse. There you go. Empower to place empower order to remove unnatural streak of bad luck caused by curse or blight magic. An empower order to remove or heal, to remove curse or heal blight. There you go. Plot hook to investigate the source of the curse or blight. Harvest. Maintain lifestyle. Bastion. Your Bastion inventory is robbed of resources. Your Bastion's inventory is robbed of sundries. Harvest order to gather additional material. Is robbed of sundries and other materials Harvest orders to gather additional materials from friendly settlements. Plot hook to investigate cause of robbery. Recruiting. Maintain recruiting, some sort of betrayal, perhaps sabotage, hireling stolen or ransomed, or is it sabotage? Is it ransomed, kidnapped? Is it sabotage? Huh. Hirelings of your Bastion are being kidnapped for ransom. Ooh, neat. Is that what's happening? They're being ransomed? 1 on 2. Woohoo! Hirelings of your Bastion are being kidnapped for ransom. Recruit order to hire hostage negotiators to recover your hirelings, to recover the hirelings. Plot hook to rescue the hirelings. Research. Let's go with trade. Maintain trade issue is what do I want to do here? Your Bastions. I'm going to just duplicate the harvest. Bastion's inventory is depleted. Your Bastion has a downturn. Has a your Bastion's market value declines. Your Bastion's market value declines. Trade order to expand market. Trade order to expand market. To expand new markets. To re-establish. Yeah, to expand into new markets. That's good enough. Trade order to expand into new markets. To expand into new markets. And the plot hook is, let's see, your Bastion's market value declines due to rival meddling. Hey, does that feel good? Is that right? 1 on 3, loves it. So the passive ways, we're just going to establish new trade lines. Plot hook to remove rival, to end. Plot hook to end the rivals meddling, period. Nice. Okay, hey, we got that figured out pretty easily. Let's grab all of this. Harvest. Maintain. Recruit. Okay, well, this is the last one. Have we been streaming for 3 hours? 2:46. This one was done a little bit faster than the other one, so we got that one done in 45-ish minutes. Research, trade, recruit is the last one we have left. So recruiting is when we're hiring or otherwise bringing in specialists or monsters to assist with the to assist with your Bastion in some way. So hiring and retaining sentient personnel like soldiers, monsters, high renowned specialists in specific orders that are like trained in that have proficiency in specific orders. There you go. That's the wording. I'm going to take a sip of coffee here just to keep my inspiration high. So hiring and retaining sentient personnel. How might crafting I guess let's go take a look. Let's find out. Unvetted NPCs. Distant ally offers adventures are called help, neglect, sabotage, disables facilities, Bastion mission, secret agent sabotages assassination mission, local mob boss offended, local government superpower, unsavory creatures request help, visiting NPCs pursued by a significant threat, rival Bastion seeking partnership or plants a spy. NPC seeking asylum with Bastion refugees, seeking shelter, mercenaries with history seeking employment, sabotage facilities, asylum seekers, Bastion hirelings become compromised. Let's see, hirelings. Saboteur discovered among hirelings. Plot hook to investigate saboteur's mission. Saboteur. Listen, all y'all, it's a saboteur. There you go. Research order to discover the nature, to discover, to remove any process of sabotage, to remove threats. Research order to discover the target of sabotage and neutralize the risk. Recruiting, trade, recruiting. If you run into a complication with recruiting, the target of recruiting refuses to hire, refuses to comply, until the Bastion provides specific materials. Trade order to provide the required materials or items. That is a good point. Trade could both bring things in and and those things could be both materials and completed items. So I didn't take that into account because we currently have crafting and empowering as the two ways for you to create items to get items. And then there's also trade, which you could get items, but not from your... So like crafting and empowering is making your own items, as harvesting is to gathering your own materials to make those items, while trade can gather both materials and completed items, while maintain only sustains lifestyle and does things like franchising and establishing settlements and governance. So it has like a lot of meta currency usage that's meant more for sustaining facilities than, and with only one single die roll, while trade could be used to gather both one type of material per roll as well as a type of item. Would be a specific type of item. Maybe it would be like items that could be produced from one source or something like that. I don't have any specific rules set up, but as it sits right now, it kind of implies that crafting is going to give you all your stuff, but that's not necessarily true. So does that mean that trade is an exception? That it's... Like trade would be more optimal. No, it isn't. Crafting and empowering have the advantage over trading for goods because the trading time for goods can't be reduced. If your characters are involved, you can reduce the crafting time. So like if you wanted to trade to get a legendary magic item, it would take a year for you to find someone that's willing to trade into that offer and get it to you. Or you could have your Bastion, if it's 5th rank, craft that legendary magic item, but it will take them a year to do so. If your character gets involved, then you can craft that magic item with your Bastion helping in one season. Yeah. But you wouldn't be able to do that with trade. With harvesting materials, you can establish a settlement with harvesting materials. Trade doesn't allow you... Well, you could just establish a settlement just for the act of trading, acting like as a trading post, Kearney. Or just as easily as you could establish like farmland for harvesting. So there's that duplicate there. Why would you want to invest points in harvesting? Because because when you establish a settlement, it generates free resources that are automatically spent to maintain and to harvest. So that's why you'd want to establish a settlement, because harvesting is basically a free action with a settlement. On top, so you'd have, so a settlement would have would automatically have proficiency in both maintain and in harvesting, and because it has its own physical property, it would have, I guess, an extra order that would automatically be spent. That you would automatically be able to spend on maintaining, because you could maintain the facility on the land that's by like modest farming or whatever. That makes sense. The settlement is self-sufficient by nature of being a settlement. Having a harvesting operation creates excess materials beyond what's needed to maintain the settlement itself. That becomes a profit center. You have to keep those two separated. The maintain action is simply keeping the place operational, and the die roll that you do determines the lifestyle, which indicates how well the operation is taking care of itself. If you roll low, times are tough, but you're getting by. If you roll high, the place is still working well, and you're sacking away resource. You're sacking away. You're living high on the hog, as it were. And there you go. So settlements, yeah. So settlements have an extra action, and you can issue an additional order to settlements. That makes sense. That's why you would want to establish a settlement, because it has more orders available to it than what just a bastion, because you can make a bastion inside somebody else's settlement. You can have a pub in Waterdeep. Waterdeep is the settlement, but it's not your settlement. So you're not gaining anything from it. The city of Waterdeep, by the fact that there are buildings and businesses, etc., that are in Waterdeep, it's automatically generating a level of lifestyle for the community. That's where that free die roll comes from. That makes sense. And that would be why you would want to have additional. Yeah, that's why you want a settlement, because you get the bonus action. That makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. I love that. Okay, that really made that smart. That really cleaned that up. Settlements are bastions that develop into communities. Generally, the population is determined by the rank of the community, by the settlement. Settlements gain an additional order that is automatically used. That can be used only to maintain a lifestyle for the community. Because at the Bastion level, if you're taking care of your Bastion, you don't necessarily have to invest in order in maintaining a lifestyle if you throw enough coin, like actual gold, to maintain the lifestyle for the Bastion. So, and that cost is, like, for a first rank, it's 100 gold per resource that your guild has. That's how much gold you would have to pay out instead of making a die roll to maintain a lifestyle. Once you start getting into 3rd, 4th, 5th rank, where it's 10,000 gold pieces per resource, and like you have to have at least 9 resources as a 3rd rank Bastion, that costs 90,000 gold per, and then it would be week, season, year. So it would be 90,000 gold per season, or roughly 900 gold per day to be able to maintain that place. 100 days, 90,000. Yeah, there you go. No, it should be more expensive than that. It would be per week. So 90,000 gold per week to maintain that 3rd rank organization. That's ridiculously expensive. You should just instead spend the points and make, or not even spend points, just use the order to at least attempt a poor lifestyle, because it's so cheap in comparison to trying to maintain a lifestyle through gold. 100, 10, 100. There's a gold value. We'll have to figure that out. I need to put in that point value. Yeah, settlements gain an additional order that can be used only. Gain a bonus, an additional order. Gain a bonus order. That can only be used to maintain. That can be used only to maintain a lifestyle. Yeah, there you go. So let's go back up. No, let's go back down. We're fleshing it out. We're figuring it. We're getting it done. I think we're doing a good job. Trade order to provide the required materials or items. Plot hook to fetch the required material or item. And then maintain. You're trying to recruit somebody. Maintain as a lifestyle. The target of recruiting refuses to comply until the target of recruiting demands a bonus reward to continue working. Material order to improve the target lifestyle. plot hook to demands a bonus reward to continue working. What would be your plot hook? What would be your adventuring plot hook from somebody who just wants to get paid better? Oh, plot hook to fetch special item that replaces demand for higher lifestyle. That's a little wordy, but I think it works well enough for a first draft, right? Harvest. The target of recruiting demands exotic materials to comply. Harvest order to gather the requested materials. Plot hook to fetch the requested materials. Pretty low bar there. Empower. Let's see. Saboteur discovered among hirelings. Empower. Research, trade, maintain, harvest. Bastion provides a specific item. Trade order to provide the required materials or items. Plot hook to fetch the required materials or items. Plot hook to fetch the required materials or items. And this is just cut and pasty here. Let's see. So we're looking at empower and craft right now. So crafting or recruiting things. Crafting. The target of recruiting demands better facilities to comply. To demands exotic materials to continue working. To remain a hireling. To remain a hireling. Requires specific material or items to remain a hireling. To remain a hireling. Saboteur. Let's go back down to trade. So we can properly define it. Trade, gather material. For item creation or finished items for use. Sabotage settlement hireling mysteriously disappears. Needing additional labor. Settlement is blighted with a curse. On the settlement you trade with, your Bastion trades with. There you go. The settlement your Bastion trades with. A settlement your Bastion trades with. There. A settlement, a settlement, a settlement, a settlement, a settlement. See, research and recruiting. Okay, that's where we're at. Craft. The target of recruiting demands better facilities or equipment to remain a hireling. Craft order to produce. Craft order to improve facilities or create additional equipment. Plot hook to So the target of recruiting demands better facilities or equipment to remain a hireling. Craft order to improve facilities or create additional equipment. Plot hook to acquire additional resources to improve facilities or equipment. Empower. So the last one. Empower. What do we do? 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 Is the target of recruiting have bad juju about the place? 1 on 2. The target of recruiting senses disturbance at your Bastion, demanding the target of recruiting refuses. The target recruiting declines, refuses to join because it senses a disturbance at your Bastion. Empower order to purge the Bastion of any senses an unnatural disturbance of any unnatural disturbances. Is that right? Is that what we have going on here? Die rolls equals 5 on 6 equals good. And then plot hook to discover the source of unnatural disturbance. That's, I mean, sure, that's kind of redundant, but it works. It's a good formatting. And that's our alpha draft of all the complication tables, codified to be easily digested and used as a source of inspiration. I'm going to cut that all free. We have recruit, research, and trade. And there are 7 tasks. So it'd be craft and empower, then harvest and maintain, then recruit and research, with trade at the end on its own. But not really, because we're going to have the Bastion front end stuff. All of this and more. All right, feed all those in. Hey, congratulations! We got through the structured complication list. Now we have die roll of 1 to 20 for events, and we're going to do 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18, 19, 20. Come on. That's how it works. Thank you. D20 and results. There we go. Boop. There we go. Hit save. Rift opens, leading to adventure. Expelled monsters. Former owner of looted magic item seeks their possessions. Let's open up that. Let's open up that document. Where do I want to be? I want to be in command, Bastion campaign. There we go. Wrong document. Oh yeah, that's right, because we had them here. Let's just pop a doc real quick. Papadoculus. Bastion attacked. Criminal hireling. Friendly visitor. Guest. Yeah, I don't think this is the right path to go. Let's just pick that apart and let's just look at our master list and see what cool shit's hanging out in here. Bastion ignored for too long. Natural disaster. Weather disrupt. Let's see. Let's kick our way up to here. Let's just drop these in. Let's drop it in here. Let's see. High renowned NPC takes interest in the Bastion. Friendly monster seeking alliance. Rift open. Accidentally create sentient magic items. Gain a free order equal. Okay, I can see some stuff in here. I think there's stuff that's a little bit more developed already. I just got to pick it out. Let's see. Unvetted creature, distant ally offers adventures or call for help. There we go. There's that one. Distant ally offered call for help. Bastion hirelings become compromised. Unvetted NPC equals squatter stowaway. Neglect, sabotage, disables facilities. We've done that one like a lot. Let's go with secret agent sabotage assassination mission. Attempts to sabotage facilities or assassinate hireling. Distant ally. Oh, it's just ally. Former owner of looted magic item seeks their possessions. Rift opens, leading to adventure, expelling monsters. Yeah, that feels truth. Recover ally resources. There's unveiled creature, neglect. There was some opportunities I know that we had in here. Visiting NPC pursued by significant threat. That's kind of like on the gloomy side of shit. So let's drop it down here. Hireling stolen, sabotage facilities, rival Bastion, seeking partnership. I feel like sabotage is worse. Let's put that one here and then move sabotage down to lower. I'm going to have them kind of like scaling from like worst to best. Like a natural 20 is like, oh, this is awesome. Free resources. Let's go. And the worst one is like, yeah, destruction. Aw. That's kind of how I want to scale. So I feel like maybe leading to adventure. I mean, everything is equally probable, but this is like a really neutral sort of thing, but kind of negative. Like there's a gate that opens. That's kind of dangerous. So that's kind of the feel to that. Former owner of looted magic seeks their possession. We already have that one. Being damaged, sabotage disables facilities, rivals a Bastion, forces siege, preventing trade and harvest orders. Yeah, I am going to go with that one. That one's pretty good. That one is pretty good. There, just in general. I know there's some cool stuff in here. Where's the cool stuff? Let's work from the bottom up. Maybe that's where the cool shit is, at the bottom. Island creation. Hireling disappears. I kind of like that one. Local mob boss offended by hostile, cursed item, harvest plants, facilities are being damaged. Storehouse raided, trigger natural disaster, hirelings disappear, sabotage facilities, hostile government, bandits, storehouse trade route the settlements, rivals or hostile forces seize Bastion, natural disaster, harvest plants, facilities are damaged, accident disables workers, asylum seekers, hireling disappears, hirelings go on strike, sabotage, mercenaries with history seeking employment. Rival Bastion is bankrupting. There it is. Rival Bastion is bankrupting. You can poach resources and hirelings. Yeah, that's starting to feel pretty good. Secret agent attempts to sabotage facilities or assassinate hirelings. Local government or hostile forces seize resources. Capture resources. Local government or hostile forces capture Bastion resources. That's about as nasty as it gets. Former owner of looted magic items seeks their possessions. Secret agent attempts to sabotage facilities or assassinate hirelings. Preventing harvesting orders is probably a more hostile threat than I'm giving it credit for, so let's up that to more severe. Visiting NPC pursued by significant threats. Yeah, I like that being on like just this neutral side. Pursued by significant threats, allies offer adventure or call for help. Yeah, and a rift opening that could either be adventure or monsters. That feels neutral-ish. Now we're gonna push this up to the high end. We're going to take it up, say, here. Rival Bastion seeking partnership. High renowned NPC takes interest in Bastion. Sure. Your Bastion gains renown to your benefit or detriment. A momentous occasion temporarily spikes Bastion dice for available resources. Let's put that at 16. Momentous occasion, fortuitous event temporarily Event grants temporary resources. Rival Bastion is bankrupting. You can poach resources and facilities. Resources, hirelings. Resources, hirelings, and facilities. That's a good one. Fortuitous event grants temporary resources. Hiring out an NPC takes interest in Bastion. And sponsoring Bastion with resources. And requests. Resources and adventure hooks. Your Bastion gains renown. Mercenaries with history seeking employment. Friendly monsters seeking allowance. There you go. That's a good one. Friendly monster seeking friendship or alignment. Seeking alliance refuge. Recover ally resources. Neglect. Contain a threat. Distant ally requests help. Bastion hirelings become compromised. Unvetted NPC squatter stowaway. Neglect. Let's go with Bastion hirelings become compromised. Attempt sabotage. Rivals seeking partnership. Visiting NPC pursued by significant threat. Ally offers adventures or call for help. You know what? Ally offers adventure or call for help sounds just like a super middle of the road mid adventure point, like mid benefit that you gain. Actually create sentient magic item. Give a free or gain a free order equal to NPC specialist rank. A fortuitous event grants temporary resources. I know there's a way. It's something about mercenaries. Let's see it. Unsavory creature offers a hook. Bastion hirelings becoming compromised. Bastion hirelings becoming compromised sounds nastier than Bastion hirelings becoming Bastion compromise is nastier than an unsavory creature offering adventure. But Bastion hirelings versus hostile forces preventing trade and like isolating your hostile forces. Isolate your Bastion. Preventing trade and harvest orders. Former owner of looted magic items seeks their possessions. I don't think that's as bad as somebody stealing, harvesting. Assassinating people and sabotaging facilities is worse, I think, than blockading. And local government or hostile forces capturing Bastion resources altogether. Yeah, I think that's, so magic item possession, that's not really that bad. That's more like an 8, don't you think? Rival seeking partnership, that's not really hostile. Ally offers middle of the road. Hiring out NPC takes interest in sponsoring Bastion with resources and adventure hooks. That's a little positive, but it could have some strings attached that are nasty. Hostile forces isolate your Bastion, preventing trade or harvest orders. Secret agent Attempts to sabotage facility. Seizes assets. Hirelings become compromised. Okay, so if there's something worse than preventing trade and sabotaging facilities or assassinating hirelings, maybe like just bad weather. NPC seeking asylum. That's mid. Seeking alliance refuge. We already have that, don't we? Yeah, okay, so we'll just leave that friendly. Gain a free or equal NPC. Accidentally create sentient magic item. Unvetted creature. NPC squatter stowaway. Neglect. Local mob boss. Facilities. Resources hired to resolve NPC task. Reducing your activity. Hireling stolen or ransomed. Accidentally create living spell. Harvest. I know there's weather things in here. Let me just find them. There you go. Facilities are being damaged by weather or monsters. Disabling harvest, trade, and craft orders. Facilities are damaged by weather or monsters. Now, damaged by weather, is that worse than sabotaging facilities? It could be more widespread. Secret agents attempt to sabotage facilities or assassinate hirelings. Is being attacked specifically targeted to sabotage a facility, is that worse than weather destroying it? Secret agent attempts to sabotage facilities or assassinate hirelings. Facilities are damaged. Hostile forces isolate your bastion, preventing trade. Takes your resources. Orders issued are delayed. There you go. Orders issued are delayed by weather. So that costs you time. This costs you people. This costs you resources. I'd say weather is... I'd say hostile forces are worse than bad weather. So let's swap those. Yeah, I think that's more like a 5. So let's push this down to 3, then 4. Yeah, that feels right. There. Unsavory creature. High renowned NPC takes interest in sponsoring. High renowned NPC offers resources and adventure hooks. High renowned specialist. high renown, noble. Yeah. Let's see. Where's the good? Mercenary with that's not bad. Specialists. Specialist with specialist with compromised with bad reputation, offers free order per turn, offers 1 additional order per turn, if sustained as ally. Friendly monsters seeking alliance with refuge. That's a definite positive. Yeah, that's kind of like a good and a bad, right? But I'd say it's better. I'd say it's better than the specialist with a bad reputation, though. Or I'd say the specialist is worse. Ally adventure to call is better. Rivals seek partnership. Specialist with bad reputation offers 1 additional. Actually, that's not bad. Yeah, let's leave that there. Let's leave that alone because it's a more tangible benefit. High renown. Yeah, that feels right. We can push down the friendly monster. How about that? I'm going to hit the button. Thank you. No, I think friendly monster might have more benefit than specialist. Fortuitous event grants temporary resources, grants an additional order. Friendly monster seeks alliance. Rift open leading to adventure. Rival Bastion is bankrupting. You can poach resources, hirelings, and facilities. Let's push that rift to 19. I think I need to find more mundane stuff. Contain a threat. Like, these are like different types of adventure hooks. That doesn't seem like the right way to do it. Let's see. Recover ally resources. Yeah, that's a call to action. Unvetted creature, NPC, squatter, stowaway, neglect. Local mudmoss offended. Local government superpower attempts to detain your hirelings, disrupting the operations of your bastion. Mercenary with history, employment, sabotage facilities, asylum seekers. Bastion hireling becomes compromised. Disabilities. Local mudmoss. Rival bastion seeking partnership. Sabotage facilities. Hireling stolen ransom. Hireling disappears. Accidentally create a living spell. Harvest plants, animals, masters are infested. Bastion hireling becomes compromised. Natural disaster, weather disrupts resources. Cursed item. Harvest plants. Sabotage facilities. Bastion, bandits steal house. Facilities are being damaged. Sabotage. Bandits, storehouse raided. Ghost Gremlin's Mischief, harassing the Bastion, Bandit Raid Storehouse, local mob boss, facilities resources, hirelings stolen and ransomed, hirelings go on strike, hirelings harmed by accident, hirelings disappear, item creation by Bastion is cursed or poisoned, facilities are being damaged, Bastion, unvetted, neglect, secret agent sabotage, local government, rivals are Bastions, local mob boss, loss. Let's see. How about secret cache discovered with free providing a free research order this turn, or one free, one additional magic item plan, or plans for one additional magic item. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Friendly monster, specialist with bad reputation, offers one additional order per turn if sustained as an ally. Actually, that... Next turn. Specialist offers. Let's just make that just a specialist offering extra stuff. So that way the friendly monster seeking alliance, specialist offers secret stash, secret cache, fortuitous event, grants temporary resources next turn. Rift opens. Reputable mercenaries offer services as standing army. Adding one resource. Providing one resource to help sustain. That's bad wording, but basically these guys are offering, like, if you want to hire us as a standing army using the standing army maintain action, we will come with we will give you a free point of resource to do so, but only one resource is up to 10 guys. So like if you want to invest an additional resource with it, it could be up to 100 guys, 1,000 guys, 10,000 guys, 100,000 guys. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. There you go. You can't sustain a standing army at a rank higher than your Bastion can accommodate. So if you're a second rank Bastion and you wanted to have a standing army of up to 100 guys, if these guys were what you rolled and volunteered for, that means you would only have to spend 1 point to get up to 100 guys as opposed to 2 points. So it's actually giving you a bonus point for them specifically. These are fun. These are cool little things. Provided one resource, yeah. While you sustain it, you get a free point. So it's just basically something that you're cashing yourself on. Let's go and on that thread, we can go with Discover, providing a free research order this turn or plan for 1 point. Fortuitous event grants temporary resources next turn. You know what? That's actually a really, really good benefit. So we should like push that like way up the line. So we're only looking for 2 more things, really. Friendly monster, secret cache. How about magical charm bestowed upon your Bastion can ignore one complication of your choice. That's a pretty good boon. Let's push Rift Opens to Adventure. Let's push that down to here. And then let's go with magical boon. Blessing or boon bestowed upon your Bastion ignores one complication of your choice, one future complication of your choice. No, just complication, current or future. One current or future. Ignores one complication. Just, it's obvious. Just leave it be. And this one I'm thinking temporary hit points next turn. That's awfully, I think that's awfully powerful. So let's just push that all the way up to 19. Ignores one complication of your choice. Friendly monsters seeking alliance or refuge. Blessing or boon, a fortuitous event, grants temporary resources next turn. Are these two meta mechanical? Rival Bastion is bankrupting. You can attempt to poach resources. You can attempt to poach resources, hirelings, and facilities. Fortuitous event grants temporary resources next turn. We'd have to figure out what that fortuitous event is. How about this? Next successful Bastion order grants temporary resources next turn. How about that instead? And then Rift opens, leading to adventure. Secret cache discovered, providing a free research order. Grants free research order. This next grants free research order next turn, or plans for one magic item. There we go. Blessing or boon bestowed upon your Bastion ignores one complication of your choice. Rift opens, leading to adventure. Adventure. in an unknown location. Yeah, that makes me want to push this down. $16, $17. There, like that. Blessing or boon bestowed upon your bastion ignores one complication of your choice. Next successful bastion order grants temporary resources. Rival bastion is bankrupting. You can attempt to poach resources, hirelings, and facilities. Secret treasure trove. Grants free research order. Secrets, treasure trove. Let's see, and then the last thing that we want to do, since we are messing around with meta currency in here, and that seems to be okay because at the top end here we're screwing with your meta currencies through loose narrative, and then down here, unknown. Oh, that's it. That's what we should do. Let's see. Unknown divine source bestows blesses your bastion to ignore unknown power. Blesses your bastion, ignoring one. Blesses your bastion and boon. Enchants. Boons bestows. Yeah, blesses. Power blesses your bastion to ignore one complication of your choice, and then I want to have something like unknown sentient power, secret treasure trove. Next successful bastion order grants temporary resources. Brilliant insight. Brilliant insight. Grants next successful bastion order temporary points. We already have that. Unknown sentient grants complication. Magic item. Unknown location. Refuge. Oh, this is the first one. Order. Brilliant insight grants temporary resources. And then the last one, ignore a complication. What, maybe like a re-roll the result of a bastion, of a D20 test. Would that be a good one? Reroll a bastion roll. Craft. Unknown. Blesses your bastion to ignore one complication. Okay, let's do it like this. Clever solution to a complication allows you to choose which order Clever solution to a complication. Clever solution allows you to make your next hold on. Okay, the way I want to word this is the next time you roll, the next time you issue an order to resolve a complication, you can add your for free. Clever solution gives you clever solution grants free resources to spend give you free resources with resources to the next order you issue to resolve a complication. When you clever solution grants free resources when you issue a command, when you issue an order to resolve a complication. There you go. Gain free Bastion die. How about that? Grants free Bastion die. Bam. Not bad. Okay, cool. So we just built our compromise or our Bastion adventure die, Bastion events table. Sorry, there. And we have the cut that all free. Let's close this up, and instead let's pop open the GMG facilities and orders, and then add all of this and that in. Plenty of love. Hit save, clear it out of the way. So we've just resolved the Bastion events and complications. Bastion events. Each Bastion turn, roll 1d20 and consult the result below. Complications. So far, so good. Recruit, research, yep. Trade. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. There, perfect. Good enough. Complications. When you fail a Bastion D20 test, roll 1d6 on the corresponding order. When you fail a Bastion, when you fail a D20 test, when you fail a D20 test of an issued order, when you fail the D20 test of an issued order, roll 1d6 on the table corresponding to the order issued. There. Clean that language up. Good enough for now. And yeah, I'm happy with where we're at the moment with this. Whew, man, I think I want to peel this out. And let's go find that document that we just dropped away. There. Save. Derp. Derp. Okay, that's where we're at. So we have the complications resolved, or at least an alpha of them, for us to further ridicule. And then we have the Bastion events. Now the next thing that we need to do is start. So we still have the stack of work in progress facilities that we were working through, that we broke down what they provide, but then we distilled down, disintegrated that basically everything is either crafting or empowering. So we need to clean up the harvesting language that goes on inside of that to simplify the harvesting process. And then we have the 10 facilities that we can craft and empower inside within. And then, so we need to divide up all of the items, all the things that can be purchased in the player's handbook now need to be broken down into where can they be created in which facilities. That's a whole lot of Mai Tai that we're talking about, but I think it'll be worth the effort in the end. I think. I'd like to think that's true. That's how it'll end up. All right, so I think we're done for now. And hey, it's 4:15. That's pretty good time to be done. I wanted to be done around 4. So that's it. So we've got the complications. We have the random dice, and now we have everything that we really need, other than properly structuring all the crafting and empowering stuff, which I just mentioned. We now have enough components in place for us to do alpha testing of Bastion turns to be able to turn things out. So if anyone's interested in this stuff, we can start setting up play-by-post Bastion activities down in my Discord, so that is like a game light system that we're just playing at the Bastion level without actually engaging characters. I can participate in that at a very light level right now with the amount of work that I'm doing. But anyone that's interested in this Bastion campaign style, the link to my Discord is down below. Be welcome to jump into the channel. I will be establishing a sub-channel inside of my Discord for Bastion campaign stuff like this for us to start messing around with. And this is the 5e version of the broader Guilds and Kingdoms system that I have for just D20 in general, that is simpler than this process and a little bit more improvised by nature. But given what the method, how 5e it's structured, as in like it is structured with like rigid form and like you can do this, you can't do that sort of ideas. It's less improvisation based. So taking the structure that they provided for us as the way to currently build 5e, instead of saying you did it all wrong, you should do it this way instead. No, it's just like take the mechanics that exist and just rebuild them using those mechanics so that it does what you want it to do. That's a lot of what we do on this stream with these design ideas. So that's it for now, guys. I'm gonna be I'll be out for New Year's Eve. I'll be out tomorrow for New Year's Day. I'll be back Thursday morning to continue Eberron art. I plan on streaming Thursday nights. Probably more Bastion stuff. Maybe arranging assets. Who knows? And then Friday morning and Friday lunch, and then Saturday brunch, and then I'll be off on Sunday. And I'll be back Monday morning, Monday lunch, Tuesday morning, Tuesday lunch, Wednesday morning, and then Thursday morning, Thursday night, Friday morning, Friday lunch, and then Saturday brunch the following week. So we'll be back on our normal cadence. I'm kicking through pages on Eberron a lot faster now. It's still going to take probably a month or so for me to finish up all the layouts for the actual adventure that we're working on. But then we'll be able to fill in all the map pieces and all the art assets, and we'll really be able to take off on that. So if I'm right and I can get the layouts done by March, maybe we can have the thing done by May or June. That's later than I wanted. I wanted it to be done. I had wanted it to originally be done in February, then March. Now we're looking at maybe May or June. That's unfortunate, but I'm loving the process of building it. It's going to be amazing. So if you're interested in this stuff, stick around. I'll be streaming these things for months. Once the Eberron book is done, then we'll be working on this book and the Spelljammer books and the Martial Power book and the Color Mana mechanics and whatever else we get our fingers into. So I'll see you guys sooner than later. Bye-bye.